All right, let's go, people. Let's go. Okay, so this is wild, man. Breaking news. Tim Smith told me earlier about this. Donald Trump is sending. I can't believe this. He is legitimately sending troops to fight Antifa, which, by the way, I'm not completely against this, just to let everybody know. I mean, like, look, there's a part of me that knows it's an overreach, and I'll admit, I do believe it's an overreach, without a doubt. But there is a caveat to this. If there is legitimate plotting on their behalf, then that is a problem. I'll admit that. It's honestly a bit tricky. You're probably thinking, there ain't nothing that tricky about it. It is a government overreach, I will admit. I think sending the military to... Look, I think sending the military to Portland to try to catch people who are Antifa, look, I think that's bad. I really do. Because what if somebody... I do look at it this way. What if somebody got into Antifa who's just misguided, but they're not plotting anything? That's something to consider. But otherwise... Look, I'm not too sure about this. It does feel like an overreach. Really, what Antifa consists of, and I quote for myself, it's really just a bunch of, long neck college kids who look like they're British at the end of the day. And I don't know if they could really harm anybody. Now, here's the thing. I do believe that they're violent. That's my belief. I've seen a lot of problems. Every time there's a burning of something, it always seems Antifa's there. So it's a bit of an issue. And so I don't know. Look, I say just leave Portland alone. And I say just let Portland do its thing. I try to stay as far away from Portland as possible. And honestly, I don't want any of the young men in uniform getting hurt by those people. And look, I'm not a fan of Antifa. I haven't been for a long time because the irony is they use fascism to fight fascism, and that's too much. That's too ridiculous for me to even get behind. Now look, do I lean pretty right? I consider myself fairly center. In fact, I consider myself really, if we're going to put a label on it, an Abraham Lincoln style Republican.
You're very sexy.
Thank you, Diana Cannon, for the subscription. I appreciate it. We're going to get some messages up here in just a second. I'm trying to make what's called a doc on here. Give me a few more moments. I'm just going to pin a message real quick, and I'm going to keep talking. But yeah, what I think is... So my main issue, like I said, Antifa, I think, is a big issue. In the sense that I don't think they're necessarily good. I don't think they're good. You guys tell me, though, why is Antifa a force for good? If you guys can convince me, I don't know if I'll change my mind, because I'm not a fan of any groups at all, especially decentralized groups that are very far anything. So the problem I have with Antifa is they're very far left. I don't even join anything that's far right. I stay away from anything that's too extreme. I'm not even that political most of the time. But when something major like this happens, I do have an opinion. I don't get involved. I will admit, I'm not one of those guys that likes to get involved in the actual wrestling. I leave that to the idiots. And when I say that, I leave it to everybody else. I'm going to let them do it because I don't think there's any... Look, I don't think there's anything to protest. I personally like Donald Trump. I do think this is an overreach, though. But I will say Oregon needs to do something. The state of Oregon does need to do something about Antifa because they do questionable things. I'm going to say it that. I'm not going to totally... Besides, there's no one I'm accusing. It's a group. And I don't necessarily think that Antifa is a good group. That's my opinion. I'm not a fan of them. And I have a right to an opinion, and I have a stance on it. Now we're going to put a poll. I'm going to put a poll out here in just a second, but I do want to put a doc in here first. Trying to figure out. Hey, do you guys know how to add a doc, like into OpenStream? You know what? I'm just gonna talk to. Where's GPT at? GPT will tell me. How do I add a doc into Streamlabs OBS? No, here's the thing, man. I think that the whole, I don't know, I think graffiti's ridiculous unless it's like, I understand people like to graffiti things, but it does cost a little bit of money to cover that shit up. Oh man. Give me a few moments. I'm doing a couple tricks. Dustin says the National Guard is the Proud Boys. Hello, Michael Garza. What up, Dutch Gardner? How you doing, brother? I'm doing something real quick, though. I'm adding a doc to this. Sorry for all the delays, everybody. It's one thing I don't know about Streamlabs OBS. I know how to add a doc in like regular OBS, but not in Streamlabs. Okay, so open Streamlabs, click Layout Editor. Here we go. In the panel list, choose website and drag it into your layout. Okay, so website, drag it into... we'll put it into maybe the side. It doesn't let me really do it on the side. Could put it over here. Ooh. What about where the chat is? No, that would be the audio mixer. Hold on. All I know. And let's see. Paste the URL, and then we'll paste the session URL. Copy that. Paste it into this target. Okay, so I think I don't. Okay, save changes, and it's in there. What do you know? It works, you guys. It's working. It's twerking and it's working. Heck yeah. I wonder if I can move it, though. There we go. Awesome. Awesome. This does save me a little time. I got to give a shout out to my boy Jordan just at Nobody for showing me this little trick on using the docs. I'm going to have to change the settings on this real quick. It would be nice to put this more to the side. Connie Hausner says, hi, can I get a shout out? Well, hello, Connie, you got your shout out. Here we go. We love shouting out people on this channel. That is something we like to do. So give a round of applause for Connie on that one. Heck yeah. Appreciate the vine. Appreciate the vine. I feel like I made this text a little too big. Hold on. Yeah, no, say no to the large avatar. Hold on. I'm going to try to save. Did I save those changes? So I'm trying to get this back to normal. Okay, layout editor. Okay, let me save these changes here, and bingo. Okay, it might be a little bit better. But yeah, you got your shout out. You got the shout out you wanted. Hope you are happy. If it makes you happy. We do like giving shout outs on this channel, though, whenever we can. We are going to put a poll out here in just a second. We're not too sure what the poll's going to be about, but let me put it up here real quick. So I prepared kind of a couple questions. You know, is this warranted? Is Antifa really a terrorist organization? I'm not going to try to persuade you guys one way or another, but I do think it's prudent that you guys think for yourselves on this one. Like, as much as I enjoy having an opinion on this, I would prefer that you guys try to think for yourselves more than anything. That's heavily important to me. So if you guys can think for yourselves and come up with to your own conclusions on this, that's better. So the question is this a government overreach? So what we're putting in the poll, real quick, is Donald Trump sending the military to Portland a government overreach? Yes or no? I think it's a pretty clear-cut answer. It's either yes or no to most people. I'm curious overall. Now, I think Antifa's I'm not a fan of Antifa. I think you all are aware of this. I trash them as much as I can on this channel because I do think they're a decentralized. I'm not gonna say. Yeah, I'm just gonna say they're up to. I don't trust them. Song Jones says, "Hey Garza, yo, what up, Song Jones? Good to see ya." But yeah, I think what we're seeing could be. I could deem it as a government overreach for sure. I could see people deeming it that way. And I completely get it. I completely get people wanting to believe that. Because it is a little bit strange, you know. Look, you're talking to a guy that doesn't like Antifa, and I'm kind of questioning this. So, is Donald Trump sending the military to Portland a government overreach? 33% of you say yes, 67% say no. Depends. How crazy is it getting down there? Does anybody have any intel on this? And we'll react to a few videos on X because maybe they've already sent the military there. And as much as I hate X.com, I never liked Twitter. And just because Elon bought it doesn't mean I like it anymore unless he finds a way. I just never liked the concept. Garza, do you have a wife or girlfriend? I got a girlfriend that I love and cherish. She's incredible, but she's awesome. Thank you for asking. David Johnson says, why? Why? I mean, look. I don't know if you guys have heard, but the reason Donald Trump is sending some troops down to Portland is because of he's claiming that Antifa is a terrorist organization, which honestly, I'm not going to argue with that. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to argue with that, but I do believe that sending the military to Portland, even though I think Portland is a hellhole at this point, is a bad idea. I'm not a fan of it. And don't get me wrong, this is not me saying I like Antifa. Heck no. If anything, I'm the complete opposite. I think Antifa is a net negative to society. I think they're turning college kids into radical psychos, and I'm not a fan of it. That's my honest opinion. But I'm not a fan of government overreach either. I was very neutral about the whole sending the troops down to LA. I don't think this needs to be a common theme. And look, the best way for Portland to learn its lesson, and I hate to say this, is to let it get out of control. Let it get out of control. Seriously. If Antifa wants to ruin Portland, let them ruin it on their own. Donald, I'll tell you what, and it could be an idle threat. You know what I mean? Donald Trump could be playing 4D chess here. Hear me out. Check this out. When I play chess against my opponent, like my buddy Jake, I like to use a lot of misdirection. I like to make it seem like I'm going to do one thing, then I do another. That sort of thing. So I think what Trump is doing is a classic misdirection. He's claiming he's going to send troops very soon, and they may already be there. I have no idea. And I think what he's doing is perfect because he wants to make his opponent think he's doing one thing, and then he wants to do another. He may not send in any troops at all. It may be a ploy to rile up Antifa to the point to where everybody sees Antifa's true colors. That it really is a radical, decentralized horror show, is what I'll say. I'm not going to call them a terrorist organization, but I am going to say it's a clown show. That's all I'll say. I am not a fan of Antifa. And look, if you're a part of Antifa or whatever, I don't know. I still don't. Groups like that, I think decentralized groups like that turn into terror organizations very quickly. A decentralized group of anything that claim to be activists, and I say that with air quotes, yeah. Trumpanzee, Song Joe says, when are you going to propose to her? I want to make sure I'm at least a little richer, A marriage is great, but honestly, we're honestly really dedicated to each other. That's the way it should be. David Johnson says, Portland's a pretty mellow city. Are you kidding me? Have you ever been to Portland? And what side of Portland did you go to, by the way? If you went to the north side of Portland, north side of Portland's fine. Everywhere else kind of is questionable. We've already seen their color. But yeah, I say let Antifa ruin their own city. And Portland really is the home of Antifa. It's not just the home of the Blazers, it's the home of Antifa, unfortunately. But yeah, not a fan of Antifa, not a fan of just any of it. Yeah, Antifa is a decentralized, in my humble opinion, a decentralized clown show. I won't say what I really think because I'd probably get kicked off of here if I actually said what I truly think about Antifa. Look, I'm not a big fan. I'm not a fan of the Proud Boys either. I just want to make that very clear. I'm pretty politically neutral. But I will say this. The fact that these people plot out in the shadows and do terrible things, I'm not a fan of that. I don't know. So let's take a look at the poll. Is Donald Trump sending the military to Portland a government overreach? 46% say yes, 54% say no. James Berry says, I'm Antifa. Do you know what Antifa is? You're opposed to fascism. My father, who landed on the shores of Normandy during D-Day invasion, was Antifa. Donald Trump and his supporters are fascists. First off, I'm going to tell you this. By the way, James, you throw around the term fascist so much, it doesn't have any meaning. And by the way, Blair White said it best, and I quote, probably misquote it a little bit. They don't call you fascist because you are one. They call you fascist so they can kill you. So they have an excuse to kill you. What I'm trying to say, James, is that the only reason you call people like me fascist is that you want an excuse to harm me. I'm not really fascist. In fact, I love free speech. I even like you being able to say whatever the hell you want. I really do. How's that fascist? Is having an inkling of conservative values remotely fascist? Yeah. Anyway, James, keep convincing yourself that Antifa is a force for good, because it's not. And also, yeah, your father, who landed in Normandy, by the way, was not Antifa. What Antifa is, by the way, I know it's called anti-fascist, and they call it Antifa for fanciness. But look, you guys are really just a sad communist organization at the end of the day. And that's what I think you are. I don't think you're a force for good. I just don't. I don't think any far right or left group is a force for good. In fact, if anything, I try my best to not align with either. But yeah, I do think Antifa is too extreme. I think they're not really, the irony is Antifa is the fascist. That's the beautiful irony. The most likely answer is the most ironic one. So for example, our founding fathers set out to create a government, a small federal government, and now we are the largest governing body in the world. Isn't that crazy? We have the largest government in the world, and we set out to have the smallest. Antifa set out to be anti-fascist. I do believe the original founders of Antifa had good intentions, but the problem is all the psycho followers that became part of Antifa then ruined it, and this is what happens with any decentralized organization. Because it's decentralized, it turns terrorist very quickly. If you guys have watched Fight Club, that's a great example. Fight Club, he ended up creating a decentralized terror organization. This is what happens when decentralization happens of an organization. There's no true leader. And that's what makes it even crazier. They're all surrounded by one ideal and one ideal only. Anything that is fascist, we will squash it. However, I'm a little afraid that this group can define anything as fascist. That's what scares me. They make themselves the judge, the jury, and the executioner, and that is too much power for anybody. So yeah, no, I don't think Antifa is a force for good. In fact, if anything, I think it's a far left radical group, and yeah, and people are gonna see just how stupid Antifa is when they ruin Portland. But let them ruin Portland. Don't even send the military there. Let Antifa ruin it, because if Antifa wants a real enemy, it should be the American people. And the best way for the American people to see how evil this Antifa group really is at the core, let's watch the mental illness unfold. Keep the military out of Portland. Let Antifa do their thing. I'm not a fan of this option, by the way. I will say this, though. If my brother was still living in Portland, I would be afraid for him, because I really do believe Antifa is a force for evil and not for good. So that's just my take on it. Let's take a look. There's no form about Antifa. Exactly. That's why it's a problem. It's a decentralized group. Just like how in Fight Club, my boy Tyler Durden and whatever his name was, they're all the same in that one. But he was the leader of an underground terror organization. Antifa, actually, the irony is Antifa modeled their decentralized group after the terror group that was created in Fight Club, oddly enough, if you think about it. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of decentralized groups at all. I think they're ridiculous. They become too crazy too quickly. I'm not a fan. Kyle says, fascism rise through the guise of anti-fascism. Exactly. The irony is, the sad part is the most likely result is the most ironic one. So Antifa, I think, probably started out with good intentions. And then once you get more crazies to enter the fold, crazies to enter the group, then the group gets destroyed by the crazies. It only, as the old saying goes, it only takes a few bad apples. And then, because there's no centralized leader, just a loosely held ideal of being anti-fascist, that's just how it goes. And yeah, it's a bad group. It's a bad group, man. I'm not a fan of it at all. Let's see. But no, do I think it's a government overreach? Sure, I kind of do believe it is a government overreach. I think we should just let Antifa have their way with Portland, and we the people of the state of Oregon need to take care of this ourselves, right? We need to take care of this problem ourselves. It's a big deal. Sounds of the Woods says it is weirdly, and it's James Barry says the Trump administration definitely is a clown show. I'll agree with you there. Well, here's the thing. James, I know you say you're a part of Antifa, but you're a part of basically a decentralized group that has, in like I said, the most likely result is the most ironic one. The irony is you're now part of the largest fascist organization known to man, because you all use fascist techniques to get your way. You're basically a bunch of college kids spoiled brats is what I'm trying to tell you. So I say no to drugs, say no to Antifa. Let's keep going. Sounds of the Woods says stop with the comparison to WW2. Exactly, dude. James, stop comparing this to WW2, dude. Stop it. I mean, if you want, you can keep doing it. I don't care. David says I lived in Portland where there was skinhead. It's still, irony is Portland's still basically as racist as it used to be. Let's see. They just wear a different. They're just a bunch of college kids with long necks. Let's see. Darnock says no King's March 10/18. Google it. Enter zip. Register. Go. Yeah, I'll go to the no King's March, but I'll just wear my MAGA hat. Let's see. Don't forget the Summer of Love. Oh my God. Fancy says I'm anti-Z. Yeah. David Johnson says I've heard there's more crime in Salem. Probably. Release the Epstein files. Hi, dude. So yeah, I'm talking about how. Now, look, I do believe it is a government overreach to send troops to Portland in this scenario. I think, but this is really, here's the thing. The reason I'm doing this live stream is to really talk about, I don't think very highly of any far left or far right group. I really don't. I think most groups are deadly and bad. And I think it's up to us to be individuals and stop acting as one. I think communism is a terrible thing. I think socialism is a terrible thing. Any sort of collectivism is honestly rotten to the core. Make note of that, man. Any sort of collectivism is rotten to the core. Straight up. You don't believe me? Fine. Don't really care. So, the question is Donald Trump sending the military to Portland a government overreach? 53% of you say yes, 47% say no. Yeah, I do believe. Here's the thing. While I do love Trump, and while I do hate Antifa, I do believe this is a government overreach, and I don't like it. I do hope the Supreme Court jumps in. I think it's up to Oregon to fix their own problems, and we are Oregon. I live in Oregon. But dude, come on, man. I'm a little conflicted because, like I said, I cannot stand Antifa. The more I read about Antifa, the more I'm like, dude, this is a fascist organization. This is an organization that uses fascism to promote their anti-fascist agenda. The irony is they're the least anti-fascist group of all time because they themselves utilize fascism, the one thing they're fighting against. Like I said, the most likely result is the most ironic one. Our founding fathers set out to create a minimal government. We are the largest government of all time. It's crazy. At the federal level, it's wild. Ugh. But who knows? Let's read more of the comments here. Richard Cook says they are not your fan at all. Fan who? David Johnson said, if it's your idea that we deploy military personnel to cities, I'll be sure one is stationed at your front door. Now we have walked in. Here's the thing. I told you I think it's a government overreach. I really do. While I do believe that Antifa is up to no good, I think what Donald Trump is doing is a little bit of an overreach. And I have mixed feelings about it, for sure. Having said that, though, Antifa is a far-left, terrible group. And here's the thing. The best way to shine a light on Antifa is to expose what they're doing in Portland. If you are a sane person that lives in Portland, which I don't know if there's any sanity left there, if you see Antifa people, looting or robbing or committing crimes or whatever, take a video of it. Put it on the internet. Put it on Facebook. Put it on YouTube. Put it on X, whatever. You a merchant? But here's the thing. Thank you, Riz. I appreciate all the... And I picked to say potato. Let's see. Riz keeps spamming. Let's see. To protect the Constitution from all enemies, foreign and domestic. Let's see. Yeah. Well, I mean, if they are... if Antifa really is an enemy of the U.S., which I don't know. I don't think they like America very much, so maybe they are. I don't know. It depends on how much their hatred for America is, and if they're really if they're plotting. Here's the thing: if Antifa is plotting terrorist actions, I think it's a bad thing. I think it's terrible. I understand, Riz. You want your first place throne. Blah blah blah. Let's see. What's next? The hippies in the woods. Evil Tim Smith says, I know 52% of the chat is like 6 people, but holy shit, 6 people are morons. Here's the thing, man. I mean this sincerely. I think a lot of the people who get into Antifa or whatever are misguided college kids. I really do. I don't think they're evil. I want to mention that right now. I do not think that deep down the people who get into Antifa want to harm anybody. But the problem is they are an any means necessary type of organization. So that means if they want to hurt you and their doctrine says that you're fascist, put 2 and 2 together there. And like Blair, and I can't believe I'm quoting Blair White again, but she said it best. She said it best. They don't call you fascist because you are one. They call you fascist so they have an excuse to hurt you. So they have a reason to. The irony is, I am probably the least fascist person in the world, but because I have politics that are slightly right to Jane Fonda, I'm an enemy. I could be considered one. Granted. Interesting. So look, Antifa, I'm not a fan. You're probably not a fan of me. But if you are, could you give a super chat, by the way? Antifa, give me a super chat. I'm shilling. But let's see. Riz says 11. Why am I obsessed with fire? Why do I love fire? This clown is a so Cypher Solutions is saying this clown is a sheep. Riz says who is a sheep though? Zeke 1000 says Garza, you are a direct fool. How am I a fool, bro? What'd I do? I'm just calling Antifa what they are. Decentralized screwnut organization. They're basically a fascist organization pretending to be anti-fascist. Here for it says, but you realize that Trump created this polarization, right? Actually, Trump is a symptom of this polarization. Trump didn't create the polarization. We as a people did. Think about it this way. Trump is a symptom, right? Really think about this. Half of America doesn't like Democrat politics at all, right? They don't like communism. They don't like socialism. The reason that Trump is popular with over half or more of America is not because of mainly because he's a middle finger. Like I always say, Trump is a middle finger to the establishment, and half of America, like myself included, are attracted to that. And we can't stand the communist and socialist Democrat Party that it's become. Normal people realize the dangers of implementing communism and socialism into government. Not good. And we're not a democracy. We're a constitutional republic. So that is something to consider. Narrator says January 6th. Let's see. Bitcoin is king. Let's see, Cypher Solution says Bitcoin is king. Bitcoin is Ponzi money. Bitcoin is a Ponzi scheme. Don't fall for it. Narrator says, give us a definition of fascism. Well, fascism is, let's see. Well, can you guys define it? Now, here's the thing. I don't even think most of Antifa can define what fascist is, but let's take a look. Let's look at the exact definition, because I always butcher definitions. A fascist is a person who supports or promotes fascism, a political ideology and system of government marked by extreme nationalism, militarism, dictatorial rule. The term originated. Okay, but what is fascism at its root core? Fascism is more radical, combining a focus on tradition with an embrace of radical change, and often prioritizing power over political philosophy. That sounds like Antifa. So the definition of fascism perfectly aligns with what Antifa has become. How is Antifa not fascist? I'm being sincere, by the way. I'm being sincere. Tell me, like I said, the founding of America was meant to be a small government. And the most ironic result is we became the biggest government of all time. Antifa probably started with good intentions. I really believe that. But like I said, you let enough crazy people into the fold, and then it becomes becomes exactly what those crazy people are, crazy. And then the craziness gets embedded into the culture of Antifa. And that's why Antifa is so crazy, because there is no leadership, by the way. It's a complete decentralized, it's anarchy, it's everything. So any troll can misguide the group, by the way. This is why Antifa is so dangerous. Actually, Antifa would probably be less dangerous if it had a centralized leader. That's the craziest part about this. Here for it says it's one side and the other side, far to the other side. He calls everyone on the other side the enemy or lunatics. If you're a part of a radical group, I mean, what Trump's saying sounds pretty reasonable to me. The issue we have, look, if he wants to be divisive, by the way, he probably should, because there's nothing. The thing about Trump is there's been nothing but smear campaigns after smear campaigns about him, and he's just basically giving a middle finger to all of it. So, I'm here for it, man. I'm here for it. Ryan says the issue we have right now is that local governments are letting these criminals out of jail the next day so they could do it all over again. Absolutely. Fine. We just defined it. Yeah, I know. I don't know what a Bitcoin. Never listened to define fascism. I mean racism. Cypher Solution says, narrator, what is October 6th? Cartesi says, doesn't like socialism. What are farmers begging for right now? Yeah, I mean, look, if farmers are getting a bailout, I'm not a fan of bailouts. I'm not a fan of government intervening in anything. I really am not. It's bad. Narrator says, define fascism. We already defined it. Middle finger, you say, yeah, the farmers are begging for money from the government. Absolutely. Like I said, I'm not a fan of bailouts. When we bailed out the bank in 08, with the banks in 08, I was pissed. I was like, dude, pissed. Riz says, why though? Those two aren't exclusive. Who's exclusive? Gabriel Martinez says, if that's how you feel about Bitcoin, how do you feel about Trump promoting his meme coin? Yeah, I hate all crypto. All cryptocurrencies are grifto. I'm not a fan of Donald Trump grifting a cryptocurrency. That's like as much as I love Trump, there are certain aspects of him that do piss me off, like his grifting of cryptocurrency. I'm really not a fan of that. I get pissed every time that happens. I'm just like, stop it, dude, stop it. Like, as much as I joke about being a grifter, and I like to pretend like I'm a grifter, well, I kind of am. I definitely grift. Well, I wouldn't say a grift, but I beg for super chats, so I don't know. Let's see. Riz says, is meme coin new? LMAO, he described Mega. Why? My second place. Sounds like Trump to a T. Americans want law and order back. Yeah. Look, I think the American people see a group like Antifa and they see all the footage that's out there. So there's a lot of raw footage of Antifa doing BS. And it's all over Twitter. It's all over the place. And people are just tired of it. They're tired of their cities being ramshackled by a bunch of anarchists. And basically what Antifa really is just a group of anarchists at the end of the day. It's a decentralized anarchist organization, which you could even label it, like I say, potentially as a terrorist organization. Trump says it's a terrorist organization. I'm not gonna fight that. What I am kind of concerned about, what I'm really concerned about, and I'm going to mention this again, I do think it's a government overreach, for sure, to send troops into Portland. Now, just remember, you guys, I'm a very centrist person. Like, I lean a little MAGA, don't get me wrong, but I'm pretty centrist overall, and I want that to be very clear and known. I have some extreme opinions, though, on certain things, but they're only opinions at the end of the day. At the end of the day, what I really want is people to think for themselves. Think for yourself. Stop letting groups think for you. So, all right, wait, you're talking about my blue shirt? So I have 7 pairs of the same blue shirt that I wear every day. All the time. 24/7. 24/7. My boy Nightbot says regular chat, background conversation, super chats guaranteed. Cypher Solutions is where are they getting funded? I don't know. The truth is, I have no idea who funds this organization. I think it's all self-funded at the end of the day because it is a decentralized organization. At the end of the day, they just go on social media. It's really either social media or random forums on the internet, or I don't know if they're using like WhatsApp or Telegram or whatever. It's tough to say. With any decentralized organization, though, they do their best to cover their tracks. So, I don't know. I don't trust decentralized groups. I don't even trust most centralized groups. I'm not a groups guy. I think that groups do more harm than good at the end of the day. I don't even like Alcoholics Anonymous groups. Yeah, but here's the thing. What I'm trying to say is they would see Antifa, and you know what they would say about Antifa? It's like these are just a bunch of college kids that haven't experienced life. They don't even know what fascism looks like. Gabriel says the irony of defending Trump and small government while asking if sending our military to one of our own cities is an overreach. Wild cognitive. How's it? No, I'm just asking the questions. I do believe it's an overreach for the most part. I really do. I think that you should keep the military out of it, and I say let Portland do its thing. I want a light to be shown on just how toxic of a decentralized group Antifa is. So I say don't send in the military. If you want to threaten it, okay. I think it's great for Trump to threaten it because that may make Antifa angry. And we can see them in their true colors when they're angry. They're always angry about something anyway. The problem with Antifa is that they're never satisfied. There's always something. What is the next thing to get angry about is what Antifa does. And it's just I have a very low opinion, extremely low opinion of Antifa. I don't think they're anti-fascist. I think that at the end of the day, they end up being more fascist and they're more harm than good. That's my belief. Gabriel nailed it. Who nailed it? Let's see. Is Trump a president? No. You know, I hate when someone is close to my throat. I'm still sick. Okay. Ryan says Giovanni Gentile. Sure. Okay. When he drew from, hold on. Doctrine of Fascism. Well, yeah, here's the thing, man. Karl Marx, total collectivist. The problem with collectivism is it turns to authoritarianism so freaking quickly. It's the one thing that people just don't want to admit, right? And it sucks because I wish more people would admit that. David Johnson says the real battle in our country isn't left versus right. It's the haves versus the have-nots. Here's the thing, brother. I'm not sure about that. Well, yeah. Well, here's the thing. The have-nots tend to be the Democrats and the haves tend to be the Republicans because here's the thing. I'm not going to lie. If you were to take a poll, are most of these Democrat the protesters on the street who are Democrats, chances are any of them employed? Or do they even want to work of any kind? Like, do they want to start a business? Do they even want to do something like DoorDash? No, they want to complain. And here's the thing. It's a decentralized complaining group. I'm not a fan of it. I'm, like I said, not a fan of the Proud Boys either. I'm very milquetoast like Tim Pool. I'm not as milquetoast. I do have some strong opinions, and I'm not afraid to squash my image. My image means nothing to me. At the end of the day, I want to speak the truth. And I think the truth is, I can't stand Antifa. I think Antifa is just rotten to the core. I don't see anything good about it. If you guys can convince me that Antifa is good, okay, whatever. You guys try to. I just think that your explanations are garbage. Definitely a grifter. Ryan says, Gentile also quote, fascism is a form of socialism. In fact, it's the most viable form. Oh. Yes, the irony is because what happens when nobody wants to take part in socialism or communism? The socialists and the communists get really red-faced and angry. They get red in the face. They get mad. You know what they do? Try to hurt people. Riz says this has no point, dude. I'm so bored. Whatever. I don't care, Riz. John Rowland says go Trump. Einstein shirts. Let's see. Give me a second. I gotta clean off the camera. No, but like I keep telling you guys, like I think that the most ironic result tends to be the most likely one. And Antifa is textbook irony, man. Gabriel Martinez says, then how the hell can Antifa be fascist if it's a decentralized organization? That's a contradiction in terms. Think about it this way. If enough crazy people enter the fold in a decentralized organization, they'll call anything fascist, right? Think about it this way. Let's say I'm not saying I am, but let's say I decided to join the Antifa people, right? I could inject and say, I, as an Antifa member, think that this is fascist and this is fascist. What happens is you can label anything fascist. You can justify logically anything. That's what makes logic scary sometimes, is you can logically justify certain things. And a lot of these people who I think are brain dead, by the way, I think if you join a decentralized group, you're already a brain dead person who doesn't have the ability to think for themselves. So you're already fucked in that regard. But here's the thing. Decentralized organizations like Antifa are an issue. They're a problem. And it's basically like Fight Club on steroids. If any of you guys have watched the movie Fight Club, in a weird way, it's kind of a warning against this sort of shit. Like, this can happen, and it is happening. So it matters to at least expose it to some degree. And, yeah, no, I think if you join any sort of, like, massive decentralized group, I do think you're brain dead. And I think you don't have the ability to think for yourselves, and you want somebody to nanny and take care of you. That's what I think. Look around the U.S. right now, and anyone with at least one eye knows what fascism looks like. Yeah. Look at Portland. Look what Portland has become because of Antifa. Why do y'all even like politics suck? Politics, I mean, hey, look, anything worth discussing is worth debating. So I'm always fine with debating. Andy No covers it. Yeah, Andy No, by the way, Andy No infiltrated a lot of Antifa groups. A lot of subsects, I guess you could call them. And realized just how much rot is at the core of these people's minds. There's not a lot of thinking to begin with except for anger and violence, right? So it's crazy to me, man. It's crazy. But let's see. The streets were empty. No Antifa. My lawyer always says don't make threats unless you are going to act on them. What threats are we talking about, Christian? Well, I mean, dude, a lot of these people that are part of Antifa tend to make threats on the daily. Look at all the conservative voices that are getting threatened by these Antifa people. I don't think it's all Antifa, by the way, but I wouldn't be surprised if half were this group. That's my theory, my opinion, it's just a belief. I've got no real firm data, but let's use our brains for a second, use a little bit of common sense. What's crazy is people can't, here's the thing. I can assume that Trump is bad for this country because I have the ability to think in two different ways. As much as I love Trump, I do have the ability to think that he is possibly bad for this country. Overall, who is worse for this country? I mean, I'm not a fan of the Democrats, so I think you know where I'm leaning. But I don't know. Anyway, let's keep going. Let's see. Not your boy 1000. Hope you ready, yo. Oh, God. Not your boy 1000. Yeah. Yes, the rich versus the poor. Yeah, I mean, honestly, here's the thing. The difference between the haves and have-nots is the fact that people like me, for instance, I have a lot of investments because I took the time to invest. I took the time to be financially responsible. I delayed my gratification, all right? I was smart about it. I still am. The have-nots, by the way, are all a bunch of gambling degenerates. Not all of them. Not all of them. But look, I understand that people fall upon hard times, and I understand there's a lot more have-nots than haves. It's just the problem is nobody wants to work for anything anymore. And I work my ass off, man. I do delivery driving. I do the show. And I work for it, man. I really I put my foot down. I put a real effort into all this. Nightbot says, here for it, says, ensuring Democrats are unemployed. Demonstrating Democrats are unemployed, says the guy begging for super. Yeah, I'm fine begging for super chats on YouTube, by the way. Fan funding keeps this show alive. And if I'm not doing this show, I'm doing other things like, like Uber Eats. What are you talking about? Cartesi? Never under. Hey, the mainstream news organizations do this all the time. They cover big trending stories. This is a huge trending story. Why would this show not cover it? We cover financial stuff primarily, but we do try to stay in the realm. I don't really read the news. I usually let AI find the stories for me. And when AI finds a good story for me, man, I research it a bit, and then I give my hot take, my steamy hot take, right as an upper decker. Pumpernickel Pickle says Albert Einstein had 7 identical suits of clothes, and each day he grabbed the next suit of clothes in his closet. He said something about it saved from having to decide what to wear. Exactly. Holy crap. So I actually didn't know Albert Einstein did that. That's huge, because I thought about it, and I was just like, well, what is a good way for me to avoid? It's one less decision on the plate. Now, I do wear a variety of different pants, but I have one of the same blue shirt. I am legitimately an NPC at this point. I have 7 pairs of the same blue shirt. I also have like 4 pairs of the same black shirt. When it comes to shirts, man, I wear my shirts. AA Ron heard the fart, the shart. Michael, have you ever been to the John Day Fossil Bed National Monument? I have not. Hello, Malik. Hello, everybody. Hello, Malik. Hello, Blade, whatever. Ryan says, shit, man, I have a project car and I can't be financially responsible. Oh, got ya. Yeah, I'm lucky, man. I got my credit score really good early on, so I got a really sexy Toyota Corolla. My Toyota Corolla is very sexy. Got a message. All right, but let's take a look at the poll. We got 78 votes so far. We got people voting left and right. Is Donald Trump sending the military to Portland to government overreach? Let's see what the results are. 51% of you say yes. 49% of you say no. It's very split. The polling is very split here. Will it be a 50-50 split by the end of this? We shall see. But I think it could just be 51-49 on either side. This is the first time in a while I've seen a massive poll split so much. I don't know what you're saying, don't know what you're saying, don't know what you're saying, don't know what you're saying. What up, dude? Said hi. Shinobi Swag. Cholos do this. Checkered shorts, muscle tees, and high socks. Yeah. I mean, I basically wear, this is my getup like every day. Straight up, this is my getup. It's a very lame getup, by the way. It's just my blue shirt. I do vary in my shorts. For instance, sometimes I'll vary out the shorts, but I got my sweet running shoes as well. Keeps everything tight. Keeps everything nice. Let's see. Okay. So I will return. I'm going to make some dinner real quick. We're still going to be streaming, so make sure you guys get your votes in the poll. I do want to see how you guys vote on this poll, by the way. It's very fascinating to me. Make sure that you guys give a super chat. I'll read super chats when I get back. More super chats we have, the better. Helps out the channel a lot. And just I'm still live, but I'll BRB. I'll put a chat in here. Having a Chef Boyardee, so you guys can see a little Chef Boyardee right here. Boom, look at that. That's the good stuff. All right. So I got those 99-cent macaroni and cheeses, and then I'm putting some Southgate chili into the pot. Really good stuff, by the way. Give me 1 second, though. I want to see how many people we got grilling this thing. Got some people. But, yeah, let's check this out. It's good shit. Trying to get all that in there, yeah. Okay, I'm back. All right, let's take a look. See, I don't even know what you guys are posting in here. Yeah, Kyle, I got zero clue what anybody's saying on here. It's good to see everybody, though. Yeah. I have no clue. I'm not even going to try. Joseph says, hey, Garza, can I ask a question? Yeah, go for it, Joseph. Why not? Oh, it's okay, silly Jinx, man. Hey, everybody's got stuff they got to take care of in this life, and you know it happens. So don't even sweat it, brother. My brony brother. We all brony brothers up in here. Yeah, it's Arabic, yep. So, Hiroshi Spellweaver just said, I tried that yesterday. It's not good. Dude, I love, if you're talking about the Chef Boyardee mac and cheese, I don't know why I'm saying this like Chris Hansen, but pretty good. Pretty damn good, Nathan. What are you talking about, brother? Come on. Come on. Oh, man. Yeah, but yeah, making dinner. I just combined a can of chili with a can of Chef Boyardee mac and cheese. It's the laziest chili mac of all time. That's what I'm going to tell you guys. Laziest chili mac ever. All right. How come I can't understand any of the chat? Well, I guess most of my fans are Arabic because they're all posting in Arab. Well, is it Arab? I have no idea. What is the proper language? Is it just Arabic? I guess would be the language. They're posting in Arabic. Boyardee, actual spaghetti recipe is fire. Boyardee is pretty good, man. I love Chef Boyardee. I'm all about it, dude. DZ, GM. Oh, dude, come on, man. Why is everybody? Can you guys? Come on. If you guys want to type in Arabic, fine. I just want to say I can't respond to your comment properly. I could always Google Translate, but I'm too effing lazy to copy and paste every single one of these into Google Translate. Nightbot says, please like and subscribe. Chat is open, but I'm answering super chats first. Drop one to skip the line. I'll read it on screen, react, and pin the highlights. So if you want me to read your chat a lot faster, a super chat is where it's at. That is the incentive, baby. Love Shack, baby. Love Shack, baby. Love Shack, baby. Love Shack. Love Shack, baby. Love Shack. I got me a car. It's as big as a whale, and we're trying to set sail. Dude, I haven't seen you in a while. Raymond E. I'm not going to say the full name. Haven't seen you in a long time. Dude, back at you, brother. My brony brother. I call you all the brony brothers. I'm going to watch something real quick that my boy Nate Dogg and his things and shit sent me. So, let me take a look. And... Making your way in the shuttle bay takes everything you got. Taking a break from all you My boy Nate Dogg just sent me some really cool stuff. So what do you guys think? Do you guys think Antifa's out of control? Do you guys think Antifa's the good guys? Do you think that Donald Trump is evil or whatever? I mean, I don't know. I think Antifa at its core is pretty evil, but I'm not a fan of Antifa. I'm like I always tell you guys, I'm not a fan of any far group. Even the Proud Boys, I'm not a fan of. I'm not a fan of them. Like, just like it's just like when the irony is, just like I said, when the Proud Boys started by my boy Gavin, it started as just a social drinking group, and then it became something way worse than he expected. So, yeah, I'm not a fan of any far anything. Once you go a little too crazy, I'm like, dude, come on. I understand if people want to fight against something that they feel is bad, but dude, you guys are a part of a decentralized group. Ryan says, I didn't vote for Trump, but after the 9 months, I'm rooting for... Absolutely. Here's the thing. I mean, I voted for him in 2016, 2020, 24, but that's neither here nor there. Like, am I a fan of certain things he does? No. I wish my man would at least release the Epstein files. I really want those to be released to the public. The public deserves to know. But there's a lot of censorship around that, which I'm not a fan of. Look, I want a transparent government at the end of the day. I want a fully transparent, reduced federal government. That's the key. Big government equals big problems. Small government equals small problems. Simple as that. The bigger government gets, the more it ruins things. So the bigger the federal government gets, the more it ruins everything. The hairline is a part of a decentralized group too. Look, my hair. I will admit my hairline. I mean, I'm getting a little older, you guys. Come on, give me a break. It's funny because I'm not even bald. I thought at this point in my life I'd be bald or something. Hip Hop Anonymous says he ain't gonna release the Epstein list because he's 67%. Oh my god. Miss Me Garza, yeah, Hip Hop Anonymous, baby. I'm cool with you I'm cool with all you guys in the chat, man. Even if you guys are being crazy, I like my chat being the Wild Wild West. Yeah. For sure. The one and only Nicole asks, were you on YouTube back when you were still a woman? That's pretty funny. I like that. That's a hilarious one. I look like... So there was one person who thought like I was like once a woman just because I always shave my beard. I'm pretty sure my buddy Nathan... I think Nathan's convinced because I've never really grown out my beard for him to see it before. I've grown it out once, but he never saw it when I grew it out because I was going through a weird depressive phase. But I think Nathan, my boy Nathan, is probably convinced that I might be a woman. Just kidding, Nathan. But no, but Nathan, I don't know. He might I would ask to vouch. It'd be like, Nathan, can you convince the chat that I am indeed a man and born a man? But I'm pretty sure Nathan would be like, nope, he was born a woman. That'd be funny. But, so, of course I did. Agreed. It is crazy how much national coverage it got, man. I mean, dude, Charlie Kirk was a big reason. Charlie was a big reason for the mega movement being so big, growing so large. Let's see. One moment. Okay, here we go. So we're back. Thank you for all the likes, by the way, and everybody, thank you for subscribing. I really appreciate it. The more simps equals more pimps, so pimpin', and pimpin'. Cuban Crisis is asking, do you own a pair of golden sneakers of your master teacher, Donald? Dude, I know which ones you're... dude, I want some golden sneakers, dude. I want those golden Donald Trump sneakers so bad. Thinking about it just gets my mussy wet, dude. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I don't know, bro. Let's see. David Johnson says Mr. Kirk was good at marginalizing the already marginalized. No, dude, no. Here's the thing. By the way, he had concerns about the communities and wanted to see them improve. That's not marginalizing. If anything, can we say this? Is it possible that a group of people can marginalize themselves on their own? Think about it. Toxic culture can ruin anything. I see everybody as human beings. I don't really... At the end of the day, I understand that race exists, and I like to poke fun at race, obviously, but I don't really care. I see everybody as a human being that has equal, maybe, has the potential to have equal capabilities of me, but I also am not that deluded about the equal capability. Look, I just want to see people... I want to see people happy. Everybody happy. Everybody. I know it's not possible. Some people are angry. Look, I don't want to force anybody to be happy or angry. I know nobody can be happy 24/7. But I think living with a purpose matters, and I hope everybody at least is able to find their purpose. Whatever that. I figured, oddly enough, this show's a little bit crazy and lame, but this show I feel like is my purpose. And I mean that. I have fun with this show. I have fun talking to you guys. You guys make my night sometimes. I'm just going to tell you that. Whether you guys are new to the show, whether you guys are long-time members of the show, I love you all for just being part of the ride. That's what I'm trying to say. Daddy Trump. I've got to run. Oh, Ryan says got to run. Got to 3D scan the project car so I can machine go fast parts. Have a good... Hey, Ryan, good luck with that project car, my man. You get it. I wish you nothing but success, my brony brother. Kyber says translate. I have no idea. I'm not going to translate any of it. Cheesy Chaz says grapers have, but the people Kirk was marginalizing were already marginalized by this ilk. What are you talking about? Look, truth be told, I think Antifa is bad. I don't think they're good. I think they're a net negative. Just like Bitcoin, I believe that Bitcoin and Antifa have one major thing in common. They're both a net negative for society. All right? However, look, if you're a part of Antifa and you're not actually doing anything wrong, you shouldn't be arrested. But here's the thing, man. If they do find that there are active terror things going on that should be looked into, right? Because obviously we don't want terror. And if there's proof, then I might change my opinion on this. It depends. There has to be proof, though. Proof matters. So if there is proof of an Antifa plotting against America, then sure, put the proof out there. I really am a prove it kind of guy. I really mean that. Prove it to me. Like real hard evidence. And I'm not a fan of Antifa. And lately I'm not exactly thrilled with Trump either. I do like Trump. But I'm not a fan of Antifa. I think Antifa is pro-fascist. I think Antifa has become the epitome of what they were trying to fight. Therefore, by all logic and meaning, since Antifa has become a pro-fascist organization, they should be fighting themselves. They should be tearing their own organization apart to shreds using logic But nope, no, they don't use logic. They use raw emotion. They don't combine emotion with logic either. If they at least combine, like, everybody's emotional, right? Everybody's emotional. If you can combine emotion with logic and find a real way to integrate them, that matters. So here's the thing. I'm an emotional guy, but I still have the ability to use logical reasoning while being emotional. It's a skill. It's a practice one, though. The emotion is like the flint. The logic is the air. I don't know. So hello says it means anti-fascist. Oh. You know, how about this? Let me give you a scenario here. If I were to tell you that, I don't know, let's just say I liked everything that a Republican liked, but I called myself a Democrat, right? Let's say I loved all the Republican values and I called myself a Democrat. What would you say to that? Well, you would say that I'm a Democrat in name only, right? Well, I think Antifa is anti-fascist in name only. That's my belief. And I think they're a shitty organized... I'm not a fan of any decentralized group. I hate groups. I hate any form of collectivism. I think it's ridiculous. I think it's dumb. It really is dumb. Now, is what Trump is doing an overreach? Possibly. Unless he can prove, like, foul play of some kind. I don't know. But I'm curious more about your guys' opinions. I think you guys are pretty aware of my opinion. I'm not a fan of Antifa, but I'm not a fan of government overreach either. So even though I can't stand Antifa and I think that they're bad for America, I also think that this is a government overreach and this could also be considered bad for America. So that's how I feel. But I'm not going to say that I'm on the side of Antifa. Hell no. I think Antifa is rotten to the core. But I think that this decision to send military to Portland may not be a good idea. In fact, it may be an overreach, and hopefully the Supreme Court gets involved before anything. But I will say the threats against conservatives need to stop, right? I've been hearing that tons of conservatives like Tim Pool and all those guys have been getting death threats, for God's sakes. How ridiculous is that? Tell me. It's ridiculous. Why should anybody get death threats for having even remotely conservative points of view? And yeah, I'll admit, I lean pretty conservative. I lean pretty right, but I'm not far right, you know? So if people were to threaten me, I'd be like, dude, what the hell is your problem? But yeah, I truly 100% agree that the Antifa movement is insane. It is decentralized insanity at its core. Well, I think we know the answer to that, man, Kyle W. I don't think that hello person supports the Second Amendment. Dude, the levels of threats against conservatives have been crazy. Yeah, Tim Pool is, dude, don't get me wrong. Tim Pool annoys the crap out of me too. He is annoying. But I'm also going to say this. Like, he doesn't deserve to have threat after threat after threat sent his way, trust me. Actually, frack it, we're a constitutional republic on the federal level. We're not a democracy. Get it right. Our founding fathers actually hated democracy and realized that a constitutional representative republic would be a better option. So that's what we are. We're not a democracy, though. That is a common misconception and a blatant lie. I hate it when they say that we're a democracy at the federal level, because we're not. If anything, we are a constitutional representative republic. That is it. That is all. Yes, and those deaths were sick. When I heard about it, dude, I was like, that's disgusting. That is gross. I couldn't believe it, man. I was just like, why? And it's a level of it's disgusting, man. It's gross. It's sick. What are you talking about? Like, Antifa's terrible, dude. 5 years too late for Portland, dude. Portland is a hellhole, dude. Portland has become a total crapshoot. I mean, Portland was already a crapshoot for a while, don't get me wrong, but Portland has gotten way worse. There's definitely a lot of issues in Portland. And look, I would love to see Portland be better, but the problem is the state of Oregon, we take all the income tax and we don't put it towards anything that could help the homeless. I mean, like, and we don't also, I don't know. There's just too many issues, man. Too many issues there. Kyle W says exactly, we're not a democracy, we're a constitutional republic. Exactly. Constitutional Republic of Representatives. Which is, because here's the thing about democracy, is the reason democracy is dangerous, at least on a massive scale, is that it's very easy. Majority rule is actually a scary thing at the end of the day. And also, our founding fathers realized that change should not happen too quickly, because we may need time to see how that change is implemented. Right? Because if change is implemented too quickly and an idea that we thought was good ends up being a bad idea, that matters. Change needs to be nice and slow when it comes to anything at the federal level. That's why we have so many guards against new laws being formed, because I swear, too many laws equals too many problems. Too much government equals too many problems. Mo government, mo problems. That's just the way I see it. I'm a small government kind of guy, mainly because I have a small penis. But look, at the end of the day, I'm a small government brony brother, all right? I love small government. I'm gay for small government, if anything. I hate big federal government with a passion. And when I hear people say they want bigger federal government, I'm just like, no, it's exactly what you don't want. You don't want bigger federal government. It's bad call. Anyway, sorry, I get really passionate, you guys, about this subject, because I think it matters. But here, give me a moment. I'm gonna eat in front of you guys, because I got no shame. Give me a moment. Look at that. All right, so while I'm eating, I'm going to wait for some super chats. So make sure you guys send in some super chats. Let's take a look at the poll. Yep. So 55% of you believe it's an overreach and 45% of you don't believe it's an overreach. Okay. Yeah. So I'm only answering super chats at the moment for the next 30 minutes. So let me put that as a... All right. So we're only doing super chats for the next 30 minutes. I'll only answer super chat questions. Make sure you guys vote in the poll, at least get your opinion heard. But if anybody wants to really get their true opinion out, super chat, baby. But yeah, I will definitely answer any super chats, but I'm going to come up with some opinions while I'm eating. Now, one of the things I could say is Portland's been kind of crazy. Portland has turned into a hellscape. Dustin says 30 minutes, oh lordy. Now, if you guys become a channel member, I'll be more than happy to read. Now, Dustin, since you're a channel member, I will gladly read yours without the need for you to send a super chat. But if you guys want to skip the line, you can either become a channel member, and I'll see that you're a member, or vice versa. This is fantastic. This is some really good chili mac here. I'm gonna eat this in front of you guys, yeah. We're talking of, hey, Kemoy Chapman, my boy, dude. There he is, big pimping himself. Damn straight, dude. I'm pimping hard, dude. Because I'm a pimp. Videotapes himself in bed doing nothing. I'm a member. Read it. Yeah, absolutely. For sure. You guys want to be a member? Be a member. All my haters are members, by the way. Everybody who hates the show is a channel member. Just saying. Dude, I'm not a fascist. Just because I have conservative beliefs, I wouldn't say all my beliefs are conservative. I consider myself progressive. I consider whatever the heck the left has become fascist and regressive. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah.
Laugh out loud.
Kemoy says, super chats block what I really want to say. I understand, dude. I appreciate the super chat, though, my brony brother. Thank you. We're going to keep Kemoy's super chat up for a little bit. Make sure you guys subscribe to Kemoy Chapman. Kemoy is the man. And always helping out the show. I appreciate it, bud. I do want to answer this non-super chat. So what progressive views do you hold? Well, I do have progressive car insurance, so that makes me progressive. Davis Davis says, "Hey, make me a mod." Davis, hell no, dude. Free Angel, I try to figure out what these people are thinking, man. A lot of them think that because I have politics slightly right to Jane Fonda, then I'm an evil person. No. On the contraire. Edwin, if you want, you can send a super chat with kissy emojis. So, Edwin, if you want to send kissy emojis, send them in a super chat. But I will not kiss you, Edwin. No. You can send kissy emojis if you want, though. Davis, I'm not making you a mod. The only mod that is on this channel is Nightbot, and Nightbot is an AI. And thank goodness for that, because I will admit, Nightbot does a heck of a job, brother. Can we give a shout out to Kemoy Chapman, because he gave a $2 super chat. It helps him get noticed. Also, make sure you guys subscribe to my boy Kemoy. He's an incredible dude. He's helped out this channel a lot, and we want to show our gratitude in any way, shape, or form, man. Exactly. Hail the AI overlords, man. Dustin, how the hell are you a mod? All right, so I think we have enough data to conclude you guys think it's government overreach. Yeah. I would conclude that, for sure. Unless there's justifiable evidence to conclude that Antifa as a whole is doing terrorist stuff. Sure. Run in the poll? No. I think it's basically a bunch of college kids with nothing better to do at the end of the day. But we'll see what the result is. Brad, why are you're bullying me, man? Brad's bullying me. I want to eat more. Dude, Brad does not like me, dude. Every time Brad is on the chat, man, Brad goes like crazy.
Laugh out loud.
I appreciate the super chat, Edwin, and no, well, oof. I'll acknowledge that you gave a super chat, though, man. Thank you so much. I also got a heart emoji, Kemoys, as well. Thank you, Kemoy. I appreciate your super chat. Edwin, I appreciate your super chat as well, although I don't agree with it. I don't agree with it, but I did say that I would highlight your super chat. I prefer the United States to be united, not divided. I really would like to see the United States united again. But, yeah. But I do appreciate the kissy emoji, Edwin. I appreciate it big time, bro. We're all brony brothers here, and we all give kissy emojis to each other. That's how it goes. So what do you guys think? Do you guys think this is insane? What's happening? Do you guys think that Trump is really going to go through with this? So, Tosca, if you want a super chat, make sure that you click. You just gotta click the $sign. So when you're viewing this on mobile, there should be like a little $sign thing that lets you send a super chat in the chat. I'll even show you guys real quick what that looks like. So there should be like, when you look at the screen, there should be like a little dollar symbol. Whoop. There should be like a little dollar symbol in the lower right hand corner. It's going to be a little blurry, but you see what I'm saying? There we go. Boom. Go Seahawks, man. Go Hawks, dude. Go Hawks. Dude, I'm a Seahawks fan through and through, bro. Like, the older I get, the more I love the Hawks. I want to see them win so badly. It's like how I want to see Portland be a good city again, you know? Oh, yeah. Dustin says everything. Oh, no. Hold on. Is government watching our phones? I don't know, man. Kemoy Chapin says Garza's milkshakes bring all the boys to the yard. Without a doubt, dude. Without a doubt. Pretty much why Kemoy's here. It's not professional for sure. Are you talking about, dude, are my jugs, Dustin, not professional? I've got the most professional jugs in the game. My jugs look good, dude. My jugs are hot.
Laugh out loud.
Oh, thank you, Tosca. Tosca gave a $10 super chat. Holy smokes. I'm excited. Thank you, Toshka. We're going to read the super chat together. And Toshka says Antifa is a terrorist organization using fascism to fight fascism. Agreed. Agreed. And that's the irony, is they don't realize that they're a pro-fascist organization. They become that. Now, I think when Antifa started, I think it started out with probably good intent. But what happened over time, like any decentralized group, it falls into chaos. If anybody has watched Fight Club before, Fight Club ended up, it was an underground fight club, all sorts of sectors, all sorts of chapters and stuff. And then what happened was it got out of hand. Each chapter kind of took on an identity of its own. And it ended up being, ultimately, it ended up being a terrorist organization. You see what I'm saying? Let me see here. But let's get this on the sheet. I'm going to reply to this real quick. So Antifa is a terrorist organization. Yeah, exactly. But like with any villain, they believe they are on the side of what is just and true. Exactly. So Toska's, like I've been touting this, but I'm glad somebody recognizes this in the chat. So yeah, Antifa is a terrorist organization for sure. I believe they use bullying tactics and terrorist tactics to get their way. That's my belief. I'm not saying that's what they are. I'm not making a judgment. I'm just saying that I don't think they're good. And this is all an opinion, by the way. All my opinion. And I have a right to an opinion. I'm not telling anybody to take an action. I'm telling people to think for themselves, which surprisingly is labeled as dangerous. Ooh. Look, I want people to think for themselves at the end of the day. I think thinking for yourselves is a good thing. And by the way, can I just say again, Toska, thank you for the $10 super chat. It helps the channel a lot. More than you can ever realize. So, Toska, big time thank you. I'm going to keep it up on the board for a bit. Let's see. Dustin says movies don't make real life real. Yeah. But again, thank you, Toska, for the $10 super chat. The more super chats we have, the better. It does help the channel grow. Like I said, it helps get you highlighted because we're only answering super chats for the next hour. All right. In fact, we're gonna actually, you know what? We're gonna be answering them all the way until we hit the beginning of the third hour, because we're hitting the beginning of the second hour. We're gonna go from the second hour to the third hour as a super chat only hour. Super chat only. So I think it's good because we've already talked about, I already gave my opinion, but members and super chatters will get their message highlighted and really talked about. Because I want to give you guys 15 minutes of fame. All right? But that's the biggest donation of the night. Thank you, brother. Toska, I appreciate you big time, man. Thank you. Or if you guys have a statement, a question, anything you want to say, anything you guys want to get highlighted, if you want to change the topic, we could try to change the topic with a super chat. But, the more we have, the better. So I appreciate it big time. Like I said, we're keeping Toska on the board for a bit, just because that $10 super chat really helped out a lot. Thank you. Thank you, Toska. I appreciate that big time. Thank you. This is so good, by the way. But yeah, Tosca, again, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the Vine. I appreciate it big time. And I will say, Tosca, if I do see another chat from you, even if it's just a regular one for the rest of the night, I'm going to try to answer it to the best of my ability, okay? Just because we've had a lot of people coming in chatting. We're trying to make sure I get to everybody as quickly as possible. And just doing the best I can. Tosca says, Brad, calm down. Lots of people believe him. Hence, why are we here? Why we're here. Yeah, here's the thing. I'm pretty sincere about this. Look, do I ask for super chats? Yes. Do I want to cover stories that I think mean something? Yes. I do think this is a government overreach, without a doubt. What Trump is doing is government overreach. However, Antifa is not necessary. Antifa has a lot of blood on their hands too, right? So whatever wrong you could say about Donald Trump, fine. But Antifa, I think, is way more dangerous than Trump. Seriously. I think that the actions that they take because they plot. Antifa plots in the shadows, right? I think Antifa is much more fascist than Trump could ever imagine himself being. In fact, if anything, in Trump's position, he has less power than anybody. So, in all actuality, the real fascists, I do believe, are Antifa. Antifa are the real fascists, and they don't even know it. So, yeah. No worries, brother. I'm just chilling. Hell yeah. It's pink, okay? My Toyota Corolla is pink. I have a pink Toyota Corolla. But thank you, Tosca. Appreciate it. So good. So good, and I got you. I love this shit, man. This is what I live for, man. Yeah. So Tosca says, I live in Oregon, in Portland for that matter. I know Antifa. I know them. I work with them. So I'm curious, Tosca. How would you grade Antifa? You work with these types of people. What do you think of them? Because you have more firsthand experience dealing with actual Antifa people. Are they good people in your mind, or are they bad people? Do you think Tosca, do you think they're a net negative to the United States or a net positive? I'm curious. I'm honestly being truly honest. I want to know. If you think they're good, maybe, you experience them firsthand. Tim Smith? Okay. Also, I make exceptions for friends of the show. Tim Smith says, Tosca sounds like a Polish breakfast cereal. Look, Tim Smith is an exception to the rule, by the way. Tim Smith is the man, and he's a big part of this show. But yeah, Tosca, if you could tell us more, because you say you have firsthand experience with Antifa, like, what are these people like? And I'm being sincere. I want to know, like, are they usually college kids, or do they tend to be younger? Do they tend to be older? Because my assumption with Antifa is that they're usually younger college kids, usually people who tend to be anarchists, it seems. Like, as much as I love the idea of minimal government, I think no government's even worse. I believe there is a middle ground, and I believe the middle ground is minimal government. So, yeah, you and me, we can ride on a star if you stay with me, girl. We can rule the world. In other news, it looks like Jimmy Kimmel's ratings have plummeted 70% since returning 3 days ago, of course. People just wanted to see his return monologue, and that was it. Other than that, they're like, yeah, we're good. Most people don't want to watch late night, man. They got better things to do. Also, make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. The more subscribers we have, the better. If you can also like this stream, the more likes we get, the better. The more subscribes we get, the better. So make sure you guys like and subscribe if possible. Really appreciate it big time. Keep the good fight going. Yeah, I think Free Angel's right, man. Brad Lacken is a bot. I don't think Brad Lacken's a real person. Also, that David Johnson guy, I think, is an AI bot as well. I think we have a lot of bots coming in here, man. Oh, Tosca says, okay, and I quote, and Tosca's saying, I think some of these kids just need somewhere to belong. They are outcasts, simps, etc., that want to belong somewhere. When they finally realize what it takes to have that level, what it takes to have the level of hate required. Wow. Whew. I mean, look, I do believe Antifa at its core is resentment, hate, and vitriol. I don't think and look, I really do believe that Antifa is, ironically enough, a fascist organization. You'd think that an organization that says they're anti-fascist, you'd like to think, are they? How can this organization be anti-fascist when it uses fascist techniques all the time? It tries to censor people, death threats against people, taking out people who agree with you. That's weird. That's weird. So I don't blame, a part of me doesn't blame our current government for looking at these people and being like, yeah, you guys are not up to any good. So no, I see where I still think it's a government overreach though to send military to Portland. I really do. Even with the whole LA thing, I had time to think about it, and yeah, I'm not a fan of it. But, yep. I'm eating some chili mac. A really lame version of it, but nonetheless decent. I'm not debating anybody. So what do you guys think? Do you guys think Trump is overstepping his bounds? Look, I personally believe that Trump is overstepping his bounds for sure. I think sending the military into any state is a tough one, man. But if there is real proof, if there's real proof, true proof, that Antifa is trying to commit terrorist acts, which I think that it wouldn't take them long to find that proof, then we'll see what happens. I know that we definitely on this show are going to try to cover this to the best of our ability. Hold on. I just got chili on my headphones. What the hell? Tosca says, Michael, it's funny when people are threatened with ideas, they start attacking. Without a doubt. Without a doubt, dude. Tosca, exactly. By the way, if you guys want to become a number one fan, make sure you out super chat Tosca if you want to take over Tosca on this one. Also, Tim Smith is a friend of the show, also ingrained in the fabric of this show, so I'm answering Tim Smith real quick. So, Tim Smith says, send the military to the Carl's Jr. in Boise. They give me an empty apple pie box once. Really? An empty apple pie box. Crazy. What the hell? Tim Smith is the man, by the way. That's awesome. Tosca says, by the way, Antifa has already been in violation of multiple offenses. Yeah. Like I said, any decentralized organization turns into chaos very quickly. If anybody's watched Fight Club, they would know this. Fight Club is a good movie, by the way. Mitchell says they would never do anything like that in Boise. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, but we're only answering super chats and members only for the next hour. So if you become a channel member and you start chatting, I will be more than happy to answer your questions. If you send a super chat, that works too. So super chats and memberships will allow me to answer your questions. Because we are in the super chat hour of the show, specifically. So if you want your voices heard, if you want to be highlighted, then send us a super chat or become a member. Or find a way to become the number one fan on this particular program. Tosca says, poor sad libs on the channel trying to hate. Come on, boys, let's debate. Yep. I'll be right back, you guys. I'm going to get myself a diet root beer because I'm trying to cut back on weight. Or at least to the best of my ability, trying to cut back on weight.
Laugh out loud.
Tosca is now a member of the channel. Welcome to support. Thank you for becoming a member, Tosca. We greatly appreciate it here on the channel. So welcome to the newest member of the Brony Brother Club. For as low as 99 cents a month, you could become a channel member. And I can give you shout-outs whenever you want, to the best of my ability, of course. But super chats do take priority overall, but second priority is members. So if I see a member chat, I'm always gonna highlight that stuff. So welcome to the channel as a member Tosca. We really greatly appreciate you. And if anybody else wants to become a channel member, obviously, we support it. Miso. Thank you, Miso Turtle Soup. I appreciate you, brother. Oh, man. But again, welcome our newest member to the Brony Brother Club, Tosca. Thank you, Tosca. Appreciate it. I'm glad we got a new member, though, man. The more members, the better. So, we love it. But yeah, if you're a member already, man, I'll highlight your chat. It wasn't that I wasn't feeling anything. But yeah, overall, I mean, we're seeing a rise in people just getting generally upset with the way that the left has become. A lot of actual real Democrats, we're talking not the crazies out there, but the legitimate Democrats are tired of the radical left. We just are, and I think I wouldn't even really consider myself a Democrat by any means, but at the same time, like, if I were, I'd be pissed. I'd be like, dude, screw this. Screw this, dude. Hell yeah. So that's the way I look at it, but, people ain't seeing it that way, man. What do you guys think? Do you guys think I'm off my rocker? You guys think I'm just a little too crazy? Yeah. Hell yeah. Do you guys think the left is a little out of control? What do you guys think? I personally do. Not everybody agrees with me on that one, but I personally do. I believe that what the left has become, it's a little too wild to me. I'm not a fan. Everybody just wants to be a communist, or they think like Che Guevara is a good person. He was not. It really blows my mind, man. But yeah, no, I do tend, by the way, even though I'm talking about politics, I do tend to try to avoid it unless it's just unavoidable. And I feel like this is just kind of too big of a story for me to ignore. This show, we do like to try to cover modern events and try to really gauge what you guys think on YouTube. And I figure there's so many people that jump into these vertical lives, we can get real opinions. Oh, true opinions. And that matters to me, man. I want to actually hear people's opinions. Straight up. Silly Jinx, what's going on, man? Now we're only answering super chats and members only. Super chats and members only for the hour. So once we hit to hour number 3, which we're about almost 45 minutes to hour 3, we're just doing anybody who's a member. If you chat in, I will gladly answer it. But yeah. Tosca says, for what? Thinking the left is too far left? Yeah, I mean, like, the left is too far left. Exactly, Tosca. Straight up. Tosca claims the problem is these kids attached to terms like socialism and communism based on stories that undercut the true nature of what they actually are. Yeah, the problem is most collectivist concepts, they work in a very short amount of time, but they're not a good long-term solution. It's like the old saying goes, socialism only works until there are no more rich people to mooch off of. What I'm trying to say is, eventually, socialism creates lazy people. There's no incentives in socialism to grow. There's no incentive to really do anything or contribute. Socialism is the expectation. Socialism and communism is typically the expectation that somebody else is going to do this for me. That the person who has more is going to give me what I need to survive. And everybody ends up being poor with that mentality. There's no effort. There's no incentive. Look, socialism and communism are mind poison. And it blows my mind that even in today's age, people think Karl Marx was a visionary. He had some very interesting ideas. But I want to say this. Communism and socialism people are too romantic about those concepts. As if they have done any good for the world. There have been many who have died under collectivism. There's been plenty of lives that have been saved in the name of individualism, though. I think individualism is a good thing. Because as an individual, if you think for yourself and do what you can to contribute to society, man, it's endless. The endless potential. If people just focused on their own abilities and their own goals, the world would be a better place. Instead, we focus on other things. Like right now, I feel like a moron for even focusing on this, but it is a story. And I do like to talk about these stories. Tosca just gave a $2 super chat. Thank you, Tosca. I really appreciate it. Yeah. It's crazy. Absolutely, man. Then reeling, it wasn't that I wasn't feeling anything, and everything it was. But yeah, Tosca, thank you for your donation. We really greatly appreciate it. Give a shout out for Tosca, the newest member of the Brony Brother Club. We're all bronies, even though I'm not a real brony. I'm a fake brony. But thank you, Tosca, for becoming a member of the show. What my whole goal was when I started this show, the Michael Garza Show, was I wanted to take the AM talk radio format and really bring it to life on the YouTube vertical live scene. I wanted to essentially take over the vertical live space by live streaming as much as possible and really reaching a broader, wider audience. My whole goal is really just to see how many people I could talk to. So, Silly Jinx, I'm a fake brony brother. I'm not a real brony, all right? I never will be. So Tosca is asking, what's the current debate, Michael? So I have something to argue with them about. Okay, so I guess what we could say the current debate is, I guess we could debate whether Antifa is a terrorist organization or not. What do you guys think? Is Antifa a terrorist organization? That's the question. I don't know. I tend to lean towards that. But what do you guys think? I want to know. Now, we're only answering members and, super chats for the next hour. But hold on. Hold on, you guys. Sorry. Okay, so I am going to answer my boy Stocks Family Farm. Give me 1 second, though. Stocks Family Farm is a friend of the show, so I answer his stuff 24/7. And also just a friend in real life. I love this dude. Stocks Family Farm 100% says yes. Antifa's a terrorist. He thinks that, yeah, I honestly, I tend to lean that way too. Not going to lie. Miss Shush. Start a poll. No, I'm not gonna. Well, I'll think about starting a poll. I just want to. I want there to be lively debate in the chat. I want people to really talk in the chat. Now, if you guys want your chats highlighted and talked about on the air, sure, give a super chat or become a channel member, one or the other. But there are exceptions I make for Tim Smith, my boy Nate Dogg. I make an exception for my boy TJ from Stocks Family Farm. I make exceptions for good friends and good friends of the show. So, and I consider TJ to be a really cool friend that I, just meeting at an anti-Trump rally, dude, that was awesome. I'm still very fond. I'm still very fond of Mr. TJ. I think he's a really cool dude, and he stands up for what he believes in, man. I'm a fan of that. I dig it. Oh, shit. Hold on. Technical difficulties here. Silly Jinx, you become a part of this show too, don't get me wrong. But Silly Jinx, man, I haven't known you long enough, brother. I haven't known you long enough to consider you a true brony friend. But I will say that I will at least read your messages because you've been a really fun contributor to the show every now and then, at least when it just comes down to coming back in the chat. But yeah, Tosca says, Brad, weren't you that guy in the bar in the movie Good Will Hunting trying to pawn off memorization as intelligence? As intelligence, sorry. I will admit, I think Brad Latkin, though, is seriously a bot account. I'm starting to have my suspicions about this dude. I think he's a bot account, man. That's what I'm thinking. I'm leaning that way. Man. My brony brother. Oh, man, we got 28 likes. Hey, guys, by the way, make sure you guys like the stream and make sure that you guys subscribe to the channel. The more likes and the more subscribes we get, the better. So please make sure you like and subscribe to the channel. We greatly appreciate it. Also consider becoming a not family member, a channel member, so you can be part of the Brony family. Stocks Family Farm says, there's a big protest on the 18th. Want to join me downtown? Oh, yeah, it's a No Kings protest. They're doing that again. So it honestly depends on what I'm doing on the 18th. I'm not too sure. I'm not gonna make any promises just because I've been working a lot. I've been doing a lot of live streaming. But then again, honestly, it would be fun to go down to the No Kings protest and stream. I mean, who knows? I'd probably get a bunch of super chats if I did that. That'd be interesting. Oh. Sorry, guys. I keep burping. So to that, Mr. TJ, I will say, it depends what I got going on that day. It really depends. I'll definitely consider it though, for sure. Tosca says if it's a bot, it's intricate, it's deep code. I don't think Brad is deep enough to be a genius. That's a good one, Tosca. So, how many of you guys are going to the No Kings protests wherever anybody may live in the chat? Are you guys going to any No Kings protests? Are you guys going to be a counter protester? Like me and TJ? Look, when I went to the No Kings one, I don't think I'm going to wear my MAGA hat this time because I have a feeling that somebody will try to physically harm me. But I will definitely rap about Joe Biden and my love of Joe Biden and how gay I am for Joe Biden. I will rap. I like Joe Biden, he's number one. I like Joe Biden, he's lots of fun. He is so sexy. I don't mind pretending to be a Biden shill, though. That shit's funny. Am I a real Biden supporter? No. Do I look like a Biden supporter? Kind of. I kind of look like a twink. I know that sounds weird to say, but I look twinkish. But I have the body of a bear, but I've got the face of a twink. It's a very big conundrum. It's a big conundrum. Let's see. You Don. I love me my Joe Biden. It was funny because I remember when I was down at one of the protests and TJ was there. TJ witnessed my full degeneracy on display. I had my MAGA hat on. I was rapping about how much I love like Joe Biden, and I'd love to see like OnlyFans presidents. You know, I want to see sexy Biden, and I think. If we all ask ourselves the question, you know, I think what would unite us is a Joe Biden OnlyFans would unite the world. Because we'd all have something to cherish. And it doesn't matter whether you're left or right. Seeing a Joe Biden OnlyFans would make me happy. Stocks Family Farm says it's on film. Oh, man. But yeah, it's crazy. Like, if you have, like, the most wild thing is this. If you have even slightly right of Jane Fonda opinions. So, like, for example, you know Jane Fonda's, like, the quintessential, like, leftist of all time? Well, here's the thing. If I have any sort, like, even an inkling of right-wing beliefs... I'm pretty center. I'm pretty milk toast at the end of the day. I just want small government. That doesn't make me a fascist. If anything, that makes me pretty anti-fascist, if you ask me. That makes me Antifa. Oh no. but no, I guess the irony is I am more anti-fascist than the people who claim that they're being anti-fascist. So that's the biggest irony. And like I said, the most likely answer is the most ironic one, sadly. Nova Clips says, I'm in love with you. Thank you for the $1.99 super chat, man. Thank you for the Vine. I appreciate it, G-Dog. Thank you for... This is another example, man. $1.99 super chats. We appreciate you. Any amount really is appreciated. But yeah, Nova Clips says, I'm in love with you. Thank you, Nova Clips. I am taken, by the way. I do have a beautiful girlfriend that I love and cherish. She's the best. And but Nova Clips, I am flattered, my brony brother. Thank you for the super chat, my man. We're gonna keep it on the stage for a second. Well, real quick. Tosca says, Michael, remember your audience. None of them know who Jane Fonda is, homie. That's true. I don't know. Basically, I just think that Antifa is a little too radical. And I think that, like, for instance, I think the Proud Boys, I think they're radical too. Both groups started out probably as a good idea, and then they just kind of went crazy. Anything that is a decentralized group ends up becoming worse and worse. Now, I love Gavin McInnes. I don't know if anybody's a big fan of Gavin, but he's the man, dude. TJ says, I'm head to bed. Have a great night, brother. We will talk soon. My man, make sure you guys also subscribe to my home dog. I'm trying to get his YouTube channel as high as possible. So everybody in the chat, anybody watching at home, just subscribe to Stocks Family Farms. He's got some really cool short videos too. Really fun, entertaining stuff. So make sure you guys check my man out. Like I said, the first time him and I met, he saw me. He basically ended up seeing me making a fool out of myself, doing some performative art, talking about my love of Joe Biden. Even though clearly I don't love Joe Biden, but it's fun. It's fun. Tosca says, Internet 101, never admit to be commingled. Commied? I don't know what that means. No, Jane Fonda. She's like old leftist. Oh, wait. You're responding to Brad. Okay. Never mind. But Nova Clips, can I just say, I want to go back to Nova Clips Super Chat. Thank you for the Vine. We appreciate the $1.99. It helps the channel grow. So the more Super Chats we get, the better. It allows us to do these extended shows where we really get to talk to the audience specifically and highlight the audience that really loves the show. So if you're a member for as little as 99 cents, you get like infinite clout. That's pretty tight. But also there are friends of the show that I make an exception for, and just friends, and I consider them just friends in general, while also being friends of the show. Tim Smith says, developing Garza to open for White Noise at the Portland USG versus Trump Battle Royale. Oh! Is that really... Dude, I need to talk to my agent that doesn't... My agent that doesn't exist needs to confirm this. How did I not know? Alwyn Joseph says, Garza? Alwyn? Well, actually, hold on. I broke my rule. Hold on. I don't even know who Alwyn is. Alwyn, how do you know me, brother? Tosca says, in this live chat, I can contest to Garza giving infinite clout. I love giving clout. I love giving infinite clout. But no, I love giving shout outs to people, especially if you guys are members. Like, look, the membership for this show is pretty low. You don't have to become a member. It's not a requirement. there are friends that I allow to speak freely and get highlighted freely because I love them. I think they're incredible. And I just love the fact they support the show. Tim Smith says Garza is the Pauly Shore of comedy. I actually love Pauly Shore, by the way. So that is probably the biggest compliment I could ever get from Tim Smith right there. So thank you, Tim. I appreciate it, G. Yeah, I guess I'm the Pauly Shore of comedy. Kimoy says, let me be your manager. Kimoy, that would be... I don't really want any true managers. I appreciate the offer, though. I appreciate the Vine Kimoy Chapman. Thank you, Brony, my Brony brother. Hell yeah. No, but I've been watching... it's funny. My girlfriend showed me some really cool Pauly Shore movies fairly recently, actually, and I fell in love with them. I was like, this is great. And just being a huge Pauly Shore fan, I was like, fuck yeah. And then anything with my boy Andy Dick, gets me going, dude. He's so funny. Tosca says, love, thank you. Tosca, I appreciate it, G-Dog. Tosca says, Pauly Shore's a good goon. Absolutely. Wow, 32 likes. Make sure you guys continue to like the stream, subscribe and like the stream. The more likes we get, the better. We're really, really doing the best we can to get this show out there and ready and raring. So whatever you guys can do, I sincerely appreciate it, man. And the drop in the Vine, you guys are incredible. So which movies? One of them was the one where they unfroze a caveman. I can't remember the titles for the movies, but they unfroze a caveman in the backyard. It has my boy who played Samwise Gamgee, and then it had Pauly Shore, and it was a pretty sexy movie. I liked it. It had Brendan Fraser in it too, really good. There were a couple other movies, like one where he's at a college. I can't remember the titles of these movies, but they're pretty good. Encino Man, yes, Tim Smith says Encino Man. That's exactly the one I was talking about. I haven't seen Biodome yet, though. I have not seen Biodome, surprisingly. I've seen clips of it.
Laugh out loud.
But Tim Smith says Encino Man. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Tosca, thank you for the $20 Vine. I appreciate it, my brony brother. We're all bronies here at the end of the day. And wow, Tosca is killing. Whoa. This is the chat of the night, dude. Chat of the night. $20 super chat. You are the GOAT. Thank you for keeping this show going. Honestly, it means everything to me what you are doing. Love and peace, my friend. We're keeping that on the screen for a bit. Hell yeah. I'm just going to be reading the rest of these chats, but that was incredible. And anything Tosca puts out, I'm just going to put no worries, yo. Thank you, Tosca. I appreciate it big time. That's huge. Incredible. Keeping that right front and center, man. Again, Tosca, thank you for this donation. Seriously, that's $20 super chats, man. They go a long way on this show. And we on this show, man, we're extremely grateful for anybody who does super chat. We like to highlight the super chats. It just blows my mind sometimes, man. It really blows my mind in a good way. in a good way. So let me align this a little bit better. I want to make sure that Tosca's seen a little bit more on this, because it's just kind, man. I appreciate it. Tosca's pissing off Brad, dude. Brad. Where are you from, Brad? We all know you love us. Dude, Brad is a big fan of this show, by the way. Brad might be the #1 fan of this show, because Brad probably chats into this show more than anybody. So give a round of applause for Brad being a huge fan of the show. He's not a member, but Brad is a huge fan. He loves this show so much. He's a huge fan. Tosca says it filters out your hate. I know Brad has been constantly going on the chat just harassing everybody, but you know what? On this channel, you could say whatever you want in the chat. I'll allow it. I like to keep the chat a free-for-all. I like to keep it like the Wild Wild West, because the more chat interaction, the better, and the more YouTube will put this show out to other audiences. So it's a huge thing, man. Laugh out loud. But thank you, Tosca, again. By the way, shout out. Make sure you guys subscribe to Tosca's channel. Also, make sure that you send Tosca a Vine of appreciation, just saying like, hey, we subscribe to your channel. We really thank you just for supporting the show. Because seriously, supporting the show, man, it really it means a lot to me and the rest of us fake ass bronies out there. We're fake bronies, man, but. But yeah, we gotta keep the show rolling somehow. No, but your support really does keep the channel going, man. You have no idea. Like, people don't get it, man. The support matters. Matters a lot. So Tosca's the man. Here you go. Who's the man? You're the man. Who's the man with the plan? I'm the man. Tosca says, don't worry, Michael. I got Brad, dude. You're my Michael Saylor, dude. You're like my hero, Michael Saylor, my brony brother. But yeah, big shout out again to Tosca, making the show better. Like, seriously, Tosca, because of your kindness, we can keep this show going for as long as we want, man. We can keep this live stream going for as long as we want. And honestly, I dig it. I want to hear the discussion. I'm going to be reading the chat, obviously, but I want to highlight the chat accordingly. So.
Laugh out loud.
Okay, so I do want to say, Miso Turtle Soup says, Tosca, stop glazing. I am the kind of donut that likes to be glazed. Thanks, Tosca. You are keeping this channel afloat. We'll go back to Tosca's super chat here in a second. Brad, go to bed. You're tired, says Tosca. But we are going to keep, since Miso Turtle Soup also gave a very kind $9.99 donation, to keep this stream going, by the way. Who else wants to see this stream keep going for the rest of the night? I mean, I can't guarantee how long I can do the stream for, but honestly, crazy. Poop. Miso Turtle Soup is just here for the karaoke. Well, you and me, we can ride on a star. If you stay with me, girl, we can rule the world. Yeah, you and me, we can light up the sky. If you stay by my side, we can rule the world. Poor Brad, imagine a person who spends their time hating. Yeah, basically just hating, dude. Brad is a hater. It's okay, though. We deal with the haters accordingly. But thank you again, Miso Turtle Soup. I'm going to go back to Tosca's $20 super chat here in a second. But Miso Turtle Soup, make sure you guys subscribe to Miso Turtle Soup. Thank you again for the super chat. You are saying, Tosca, stop glazing. I disagree. Tosca can glaze. Hey, it's okay to glaze, man. It's okay. Ain't nothing wrong with glazing. But Miso Turtle Soup, man, if you want me to karaoke a little bit, I'll karaoke. My brony brother. We all brony brothers in here. Now, I won't be able to play any background music because it does tend to get copyright struck quite easily. So I will just sing from memory. If walls break down, I will comfort you. If angels cry, oh, I'll be there for you. Don't close your eyes. Don't fade away. Don't fade away. Oh, yeah, you and me, we can ride on a star. If you stay with me, girl, we can rule the world. See, I'm trying to sound like a Disney. I'm not, you know, like how they sing in Disney songs? It's like, I can show you the world. Indescribable feeling. Tell me, Prince. Let me see if I can actually do the whole song. I gotta look up the lyrics here. I'm gonna look up Magic Carpet Ride Aladdin lyrics. Here we go. Oh, Whole New World. That's what it was. Let's see if I can. I can show you the world, shining, shimmering, splendid. Tell me, princess, now when did you last let your heart decide? I can open your eyes, take you wonder by wonder over. Hold on. over, sideways, and under, on a magic carpet ride. A whole new world, a new fantastic point of view. No one to tell us no, or where to go, or say we're only dreaming. A whole new world, a dazzling place I never knew. But when I'm way up here, it's crystal clear that now I'm in a whole new world with you. God damn. Do we get any super chats for that one? Anyway, we'll get back to that. Thank you again for your donation, Tosca. I really appreciate the $20 Vine. I call them Vines at this point. Thank you for the Vine. So, what do you guys think? Am I good at singing Disney songs? I actually do enjoy singing Disney songs, though, and I do feel like I have that kind of theater voice to some degree. I can sing with emotion and passion. I try to, at least. Tosca says alto. Hell yeah. Well, your tenor, Jasmine, wasn't altogether. Oh man, that's funny though. No, I will admit, I'm not like I think I have some decent vocal range, but I am in the lower octaves. I'm definitely not in this range. I can't go that high. I could kind of force it higher, but my balls are about to fry. You see what I'm saying? Like, Tim Smith is asking, remember the website Vine? You could post short clips and stuff. Actually, you know what's funny? YouTube Shorts has kind of TikTok in a lot of ways replaced Vine. But TikTok, I will admit, because I've been on Vine before back in the day, TikTok actually does a better job of presenting short videos. I'm going to admit that right now. Am I a fan of short vertical videos? No. I'm not even a fan of vertical live videos, but I took one look at the slop, the mess that was on the vertical lives for YouTube, and I was like, dude, I could do 100 times better than half of these people. Maybe more than half. Because a lot of the vertical lives are just really low effort material. And look, am I saying that my show is the most high effort material? No. But I do think on my toes, I set up the sound accordingly. I set up a good video. I make sure it's a high quality show to the best of my ability. Not always. I'm getting better. But yeah, I'm trying my best. Tosca says, I know more about everything in this life than Brad. Dude, Brad is like the most... it's so crazy how many hate-filled people come into my chat. The level of hate, man. Miso Turtle Soup says, we're all about to have fun and laugh, but you're taking it too seriously. He's about to become a meme. Dude, I am a walking, talking meme. Absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. But again, Tosca, thank you for the $20 donation. Much appreciated. We are always trying our best to expand the show in many, many ways. I'm checking some fantasy football stuff here. I'm debating if I should play Jalen Warren. I mean, Minnesota's got a really good defense, man. It's going to be interesting. I'm going to set a few alarm clocks for early in the morning. Hey, Google. Can you set an alarm for 6 a.m.? Okay. Hey, Google. Can you set an alarm for 5:45 a.m.? Give me a moment, you guys. I was referring to Brad now. Tim Smith says, Tim Smith's pig skin pick of the week. I put all my money on kickoff landing zone infractions for tomorrow. That's a solid bet for no one, Tim. And our gambling expert, Tim Smith, giving us the worst bets of the week. But I appreciate Tim Smith needs to be my gambling correspondent, is what I've realized. Hey, Google, set an alarm for 5:45 a.m. Hey, Google, set an alarm for 6:10 a.m. You know, you guys say what you want about Gemini, man. It's really good. Google programmed the heck out of this Gemini AI to really interact with the phone. I'm a Pixel fanboy for life, though. I'm never going back, dude. I will never go iPhone. I will never go Samsung. I'm a Pixel fanboy for life. Sorry, Nathan. Sorry, Billy. Nathan's the Samsung guy. Billy's the iPhone guy. I'm a Pixel boy. Because I'm a Pixel boy. Oh, yeah. Shaking my tits everywhere. Oh, yeah. Again, Tosca, thank you for that $20 donation. By the way, Tosca is keeping this channel alive. If you guys think you could beat Tosca in a donation, go for it. But right now we are worshiping Tosca, the ground that Tosca walks on, for sure. Yeah, the Pixel phones are great, dude. Pixel phones are fantastic. Ford Femboy, what's up, dude? We're only answering super chats for the moment. But the question is, we're answering super chats of members only for an hour. Is Donald Trump right about Antifa being a terrorist organization? And we're going to read super chats coming up. Any super chats, or if you are a channel member, I'll read your chat as well. Thank you, Tosca. Appreciate it. Tim Smith says it cost the Cardinals the game on Thursday. Yes. So, yeah, that's right, because he didn't get the kick. He didn't get the kick into the proverbial kickoff zone where it needs to be. So if it has to land in the right area. So the kicker actually screwed the game. because of well, people are blaming the new rules, but at the same time, it's up to the kickers to be able to be more precise with where they land the ball. So I would say it's more of an issue with the kicker than the. I don't like the way the kickoff is, me personally, but they definitely, I don't know. They should try to find a way to adjust it. They are making the kickoff a little more safer, which I do respect, but I'm still not too sure how I feel about it. Tosca, thank you again for that 20. Appreciate it big time. You're a rock star, man. And I want to be a rock star. Keeping the show alive. Anybody who wants to keep the show alive, here's the way you could do it. Make sure you like the video if you can. If possible, subscribe. And if even more possible, become a channel member or give a super chat. Totally your call at the end of the day on what you want to do. But we don't mind a channel member either. So if you want to become a channel member, we're open to it, man. We love it. We want more channel members, man. We crave channel memberships. So become a member if you can. Brad Latkins says a country that doesn't talk about anything real. I'm giving Brad the benefit of the doubt here. Tosca says, hi all. What up, Tosca? Tosca's been the GOAT and the newest member of the show. Thank you, Tosca, for the super chats in this live. Make sure you guys subscribe to Tosca. Tosca's been killing it and keeping the channel on its feet. MVP, baby. MVP. Oh, Brad, don't get me started. Hell yeah. Again, if anybody wants to match or exceed Tosca's $20, that's crazy. You will be the GOAT. I mean, Tosca's already the GOAT, but damn, dude. Thank you again, Tosca. Really appreciate it. Like I said, answering super chats for about an hour and members only for an hour is Donald Trump right about Antifa being a terrorist organization. Make sure you guys either become a member or a super chat, one or the other, whatever you guys want to do. I do want to answer as many questions as possible as far as super chats go. Just because we've had so many people in the chat, it is tough to answer everybody. So super chats are usually the way to go. Even if it's a $2 one, I'll read it for sure. I'll read $2 super chats. Really read $5, $10, $20, $50, whatever the amount you want to provide. We appreciate the Vine. We appreciate the super chats. It really helps the channel grow in a lot of ways. And whatever you guys can contribute, man, I'm grateful at the end of the day. Or if you just want to like the video, like the stream, we accept likes. We accept subscriptions. If you guys want to subscribe to the channel and like the video, that helps a lot too. Liking the stream is a big deal. Like, it really helps us out a lot, more than you guys know. But yeah, do you guys think it's a government overreach, though, what my boy's doing? I think it is, a little bit, for sure. I'm not the biggest fan of it. I say let Antifa... Antifa's done a really good job of making Portland a miserable place. But, Tosca's making a fair point here. I think the problem is, in my personal opinion... I don't want to give my opinion because I feel like it would get me banned. So I'm not going to say it. But weigh in on what Tosca said, though. Thank you again for the $20 donation, Tosca. Really greatly appreciate it. We're answering super chats and members only for an hour. Is Donald now the question is Donald Trump right about Antifa being a terrorist organization? I do think that I personally believe that Antifa should be labeled a terrorist organization just because of a lot of the stuff that, first off, decentralized organizations of any kind are very, very dangerous, in my opinion. But yeah. Tim Smith says, send all coupons. And let me read this a little more closely here. Send all coupons, Sonic, Dairy Queen, Cracker Barrel, etc. to Garza's P.O. Box, linked in the pinned comment below. That's what Tim Smith says. I don't have a P.O. Box, though, Tim. So, Tim, I will just send it to Tim, you guys. Crazy, though. I love it, though. Thank you, Tim. I appreciate it. Honestly, though, if you guys have any Papa Murphy's coupons, I'm obsessed with Papa Murphy's Take and Bake Pizza. So I hear that Papa Murphy's Take and Bake Pizza is like a weird West Coast thing. And I hear not a lot of people in the East Coast or the... Okay, so any of our East Coast to Central viewership, do you guys, and I'm curious about this, do you all happen to have a Papa Murphy's Take and Bake Pizza in your location? Like, I'm legitimately curious about this. I want to know, man. I want to know. Because I personally love Papa Murphy's Take and Bake. I think it's great. I'm all about it, man. I gotta check my Gmail real quick. Now, we've gotten a whole bunch of subscribers, too, by the way. I want to thank everybody for subscribing. Big time. It matters, man. The more subs we have, the more subscribers we have, the better, man. It just improves the show by stretches, leaps and bounds. And so, you know, liking the stream helps, but subscribing to the channel is a big deal, man. So thank you all. Seriously, though, thank you for the Vine. Appreciate it. Now, we're answering super chats and members only for 1 hour. Now, the question is Donald Trump right about Antifa being a terrorist organization? That is the question that we have. What do you guys think? We've heard from a lot of people so far. We've heard from Tosca. We've heard from Tim Smith. We've heard from Brad. Brad's just been hating on me, though. That's okay, though. I don't mind. You know, Brad is who Brad is, man. Whoever Brad is. You should? Yeah, dude. I love Brad. Should we make Brad Latkin a channel member? Should we do this? Can we do this? I don't even know if that's possible. I don't know how to make that happen.
Laugh out loud. Laugh out loud.
Give me 1 second, folks. Oh, I thought I had that. Here we go. Give me another moment. Thank you, Tosca, again. Holy crap. Tosca is donating like crazy. $20 super chat from Tosca again. You are literally keeping this stream afloat forever. Holy smokes. Thank you, Tosca, from the bottom of my heart. Oh, snap. AI Live moderator, real quick. We're going to get back to Tosca's $20 donation here in just a second. But again, thank you for the donation, Tosca. It means a lot. And you're keeping the show alive. You are legitimately keeping this show alive, man. And big shout out to Tosca, by the way. Holy crap, $20 donation. Make sure you guys subscribe to Tosca's channel and just show appreciation, give likes, and really check out Tosca's content. We appreciate it big time, Tosca. You're the real MVP on this one. Without a doubt, you are keeping the stream fully alive, fully functional, and just blown away, man. Blown away. Freaking out right now. I still can't believe it. I like you too, Tosca. I just appreciate you just enjoying the show. I really do, and I mean it when I say this. I am always trying to create, Tosca says I have a job, homie. It makes more than you. Thank you. I appreciate you taking care of Brad. Tosca's becoming like the chat bouncer, basically, just going into the chat and just like, this is crazy. I got a bouncer. Thank you, Tosca, big time. You are keeping the brony spirit alive. Holy crap. Now, AI Live Moderator I'm going to answer AI Live Moderator real quick, and then we'll get back to Tosca's donation. AI Live Moderator asks, did you see the meeting of all the generals? I have not seen that meeting at all. I will have to check it out, though. Holy crap. That's crazy, though, man. What do you mean, like, meeting of all the generals, though? AI Live Moderator, can you elaborate on that a little bit? I am a little curious about what you're saying on that one. Let's let Sir Brad be, maybe. But yeah, thank you, Tosca. I really appreciate it. Big time. Just blown away, man. AI Live Moderator says it's coming up. Every high-ranking official is being called to a meeting. Wow. BRB, we'll see if I can find it. Yeah. Thing text is... Yeah, sometimes the super chat text can be very, very sensitive. Whatever, dude, I do answer you. Dude, miso, turtle, soup, dude, I do answer your stupid super chats. Where's your super chat at, bro? And I answered your super chat earlier, brother. What? Thank you again for your donation, though, Tosca. I really appreciate it big time. Miso says, oh, it's stupid now. What are you talking about? Dude, miso turtle soup, the one thing I've known, brother. Look, I can't please everybody, and if you want to unsubscribe, that is totally your call at the end of the day. Do what you got to do, brother. This show is not for everybody. If you don't like the material, just change the channel. Dude, I don't know what's going on, Tosca. My boy Miso Turtle Soup is not happy with me. It happens. But Tosca, again, thank you for the $20 donation again. You're keeping the channel afloat. I mean, that's all I could say right now. I mean, like, I appreciate it big time. But yeah, dude, Brad Ladkin, man. I don't know what's up with that dude in the channel. He is just so freaking frustrating. You can't win them all, man. Can't win them all. All I know is maybe I'm... Tosca says, Michael, sort out the garage. Garage? What? You talking about the garbage? Dude, Brad Ladkin is super pissed. Dude, if you want anybody, by the way, any newcomers to this show, if you really want to piss off Brad Ladkin, just give us super chats. I don't see a link at all. Well, let me take a look at any news articles about it. Okay, so I'm looking at a couple articles real quick, and I'm going to show my screen here in just a second, you guys. Sorry about that. Yeah, Brad Ladkin. Brad Ladkin is terrible, dude. But I do want to thank you, Tosca. I know Tosca is really pissed at Brad. I get it. Brad has been nothing but a total pain in my arse on this show. Crazy. Angel Guerrera is asking, should I start Lad over Metcalf? Ooh. I don't know, man. That's a tough one because if DK Metcalf is getting the majority of the targets on Pittsburgh, you might want to start Metcalf. But then again, Lad McConkey, he's going up against a pretty weak defense. So I don't know, man. I would probably, I don't know. My instinct says Lad McConkey, but that could be a toss-up, man. That could be a real toss-up if we're talking about fantasy football on that one. No, I know. Brad cries because he has to go to a regular 9 to 5. AI live moderator says, I miss when you could send direct messages on here. Yeah, that'd be awesome, man. Tosca, again, $20. I just want to say big shout out to the $20 donation from Tosca. Thank you again for your donation. You're keeping the stream going. One of the reasons I'm still going into this stream, keeping it going, keeping it fresh, is because of the kind, sweet donation from my boy. Thank you. And from the bottom of my heart, I mean it, Tosca. Thank you. Tosca is saying, dude, yeah. And also, AI Live Moderator, I really want to thank you for the super chats. Honestly, AI Live Moderator has been very kind, giving $2 here, $2 there. We appreciate the super chats because it does keep these live streams rolling and fully functional and pumping. So, big time. And if you guys can, like the stream, subscribe to the channel. We need more subscribers. We need more likes if possible. More likes we get, the better. It really does help the channel grow in more ways than one. We're really trying to push the show out to the YouTube algorithm because we want to keep these discussions alive. We believe that people should be able to discuss freely in my chat, by the way. This is one of the reasons why I never ban anybody. I don't block anybody out. I just don't do that. Even if some of the people can be real jerks. Like Brad Latkin's a total jerk. But even though he's a total jerk, I'm not gonna censor him. I'm gonna let him say what he wants. I don't like what Brad has to say. I can't stand what Brad has to say. I think he's a real a-hole. But I'm gonna let Brad keep saying what he wants. And show that words are not actions. Actions are actions. That's a big deal. Brad Lacken says, Garza, I am your father. It wouldn't surprise me if this was my father's burner account, Brad Lacken. Wouldn't shock me. I sent a short link to your contact us in description. Okay. Let me check my email real quick. Well, hold on. So I'm not seeing the link anywhere. Yeah, I can't. I don't know. I don't know if you sent it to the right email. I don't even know. It doesn't matter though. Tosca says, I love Brad, by the way. Go Brad, dude. Brad for president, dude. Brad White. Okay, so Brad Ladkin says, no, now my wife hates you. So, Brad, can you explain to me in great detail, why does your wife hate me so much? What is it about my mussy? What is it about my mussy that she hates so much? What did I do? What did I do to earn your wife's hatred? Because clearly your wife, I don't know why your wife hates me so much. Can you explain that, please? Like, is it because of my lack of eyebrows? Is it the way that I talk? Is it the fact that I got a pretty decent rack? I'll admit it. But like, yeah, Tosca's asking, you have a wife, homie? Yeah, Brad Latkin has a wife, man. Supposedly. Brad Latkin says, because I won't get off the phone. Is it because you keep watching my stupid show? Brad, here's the thing, Brad. I'm going to give you some fatherly love here, okay? If you watching my show all the time is ruining your relationship with your wife, maybe you should stop watching my mother effing show, all right? As much as I would love to have you as a subscriber, and I do love you, Brad, you do make things entertaining, I will admit. I gotta tell you this, brother. If it's ruining your relationship, don't,
Laugh out loud.
Thank you, AI Live Moderator. AI Live Moderator just gave a $2 super chat, and we really greatly appreciate that, big dog. Thank you. Holy smokes, man. We are killing it today. So the question is, how do you know Brad's wife identifies as a she? That's a very good question, by the way. Wait, I don't know that. I don't know that. I wasn't being very sensitive. I wasn't thinking, man. I just wasn't thinking. It's not very woke of me, is it? Cause all I know is maybe I'm not brave enough to tell you so. Let's see. But yeah, Tosca says, what is your wife doing during all these Michael attacks? Stop stacking. Good point. Ask Michael. So the question I have for you, Mr. Brad Ladkin, what is going on? Like, can you give me more insight? Like, does your wife want to watch the show as well? Do you guys watch the show while making coitus? Like, what's the deal? What is the deal? Tim Smith says, Brad isn't bad is the jab of 2028. Is the jab of 2028. Oh, man. In Brad we trust is kind of what's going on here. You know what? Brad is the number one fan of the show. Everybody loves Brad, even though Brad is abusive as fuck. Evil Tim Smith has entered. So there's two Tim Smiths, and there's regular standard friend of the show, friend in general. So Tim Smith is my brony. Evil Tim Smith is the opposite of my brony. I don't even know what I would call Evil Tim Smith and I, we do aggressive sword fighting in the locker room. That's what evil Tim Smith and I do. But regular Tim Smith says Brad isn't Brad. Brad isn't bad as the Jeb of 2028. Absolutely. Without a doubt, dude. Did you just say that word? Brad isn't a fan. Dude, tell me this. If Brad wasn't a fan, why does he come on every single stream? Right? Even if Brad is hating the show, right? Even if Brad hates the content, if Brad hated me so bloody much, wouldn't Brad eventually stop watching the show? Brad clearly loves the show, is what I'm trying to say. Brad is a fan of the show. Brad is in love with this show. That's the conclusion I've come to. What conclusion have you guys come to? So there's two Tim Smiths. There's two worlds. We have Bizarro Tim Smith, which is evil Tim Smith. Evil Tim Smith says, Brad comes on a lot of things. Regular Tim Smith, the GOAT, my boy from Canada, says, evil Tim Smith watched the entire Garza sleep stream twice. Whoa. I feel bad for anybody who watched the whole thing. If there was anybody out there who watched my entire sleep stream, I just want to apologize that you need to get some better judgment. But no, if people did like that sleep stream, that was fun. That was hilarious. Tosca says, Brad next. Hell yeah. Heck yeah, dude. Tosca also says, Brad needs the show. Okay, I get it. You see, Brad is a fan. Like, here's the thing. Brad Ladkin is on every single stream I do. And I want to tell you this, Brad, you're on every stream I do. So therefore, can't I conclude that you love me and you love the show? And in fact, I could also make the argument that Brad is in love with me, which is why Brad trades so many insults with me, because secretly he can't help the feelings he has for me. Miso Turtle Soup says, dude, I super chat to the sleep stream and bro just farted and went to sleep. Yeah, I did. No, I acknowledged it though. I acknowledged it. But Brad, you're still a fan of the show. Brad is a fan of the show, all right? Evil Tim. Miso says, Evil Tim, I got scammed today too. Tosca says, that's the court. I don't know what that means. It's funny though. You guys are killing me, man. Give me 1 second, everybody. I'm looking at my fantasy lineup real quick. But thank you again for the donation, Tosca, keeping the channel alive. So we are answering super chats and members only for the rest of the live stream. Is Trump overstepping his bounds by sending the troops to Portland? And that's the big question of the night. It's a big question, man. So what do you guys think? Do you guys think it's a big deal? Like, what are we thinking here? Yeah. Song Jones says, Garza, you are unbelievably delusional. You need a psychiatrist. Yeah. Hey, you know what? Money talks and bullshit walks. And so far, I've done a really good job of making a lot. I've been making more money ever since I got fired, which is crazy to me. Like, Crazy. Tosca says, we have been waiting for Trump to do this. Let's see, what are we talking about here? Tosca, what are you talking about? Oh, hold on, wait. Let's look at the previous. Tosca says, no, not at all. What do I owe to Brad? What the hell do I owe to Miso Turtle Soup? Tell me, what do I owe to Brad? And also Tosca. By the way, if anybody thinks they could beat Tosca's $20, that would be very sexy. I don't know if anybody can. I don't know if anybody will. We'll see, though. But yeah, once again, we're answering super chats and members only for the rest of the live stream. Is Trump overstepping his bounds by sending the troops to Portland? I think we could say that's a bit of an overreach, for sure. I think the government of Oregon needs to handle it themselves. Obviously, I don't think the federal government should have any say so. I'm not a big fan of federal government overreach. Believe it or not, I did have some doubts when that happened in Los Angeles. I was not the biggest fan of it. You know, I wasn't against it fully. I needed time to think about it, to think if I was really against it or not. And the more I thought about it, I thought, okay, I could see that being a bit of an overreach, for sure.
Laugh out loud.
Tosca again with thank you, Tosca, for the $20 super chat. I really want to say I appreciate it big time. Thank you again for the Vine. You are seriously keeping this stream going. Holy friggin' cow. Subscribe to Tosca
Laugh out loud.
now if you all haven't already. Yeah, Tosca, I'm answering whatever you want me to answer at this point, dude. You've been so incredible, Tosca. Thank you. Beyond words, man. Whoa. I never thought I would see the day. What the fuck? Thank you again for your donation, Tosca. But we this just in, Brad Ladkin. I did not expect to see this. Brad Ladkin gave a $2 super chat and says, I actually think about you all the time, Garza. Brad, I appreciate that. And I'm sorry that my live stream show, I hope it's not ruining your relation. Brad, I have a question. Do you love your wife? How much do you love your wife? Do you love your wife more than you love this show? That's the question. And it's one that you got to answer. We're having a Jerry Springer moment, okay? Do you love the show more than you love your wife? Or do you love your wife more than you love the show? I'm trying to gauge this. Now, I hope and pray that your answer is that you love your wife more, but I will say it would be very hilarious if you said that you love the show more. That would make me laugh. But real honesty here. Real honesty, Brad. Be honest, brother. Hold on, sorry. Cleaning off the... But thank you for the $2 donation, man. Thank you for the Vine. I appreciate it. Wow, the stream's got 40 likes. Thank you guys for all the likes. I can't believe we hit the 40 like mark. Make sure anybody who's just coming in, like the stream, please. Subscribe to the channel. More likes, more subscribers. We're really trying to push these questions out, making people really critically think about everything that's going on in the world. Critical thinking, I do feel, is kind of a lost art, and it's kind of dying. You know? Tosca says, fair enough. I'm okay. Hi. Thank you, Tosca. I still can't believe it, dude. We witnessed a rare event. Thank you, Brad Ladkin, for the $2 super chat, though. I really do appreciate it big time, bro. Again, Tosca, thank you for the $20 donation. everybody who's donated, you're honestly helping keeping the stream alive. This is crazy. This is crazy, man. Freaking wild, man. But there we go, man. Tosca again in the clutch. Tosca says, dude, you're welcome. Hey, man, Tosca. By the way, you guys, subscribe to Tosca, by the way, if you haven't already. Tosca, by the way, is there anything you want me to shout out? A website? Do you want me to shout out a personal YouTube channel? Do you have, like, any other socials, TikTok, that you want me to shout out? Because I will shout out whatever you want me to shout out at this point, because you are literally funding this particular stream right here. You have funded completely. You're the real MVP. You have a QBR of like 150, and I appreciate it big time, bro. Huge. But Brad Latkin again with another $2 super chat. And we're going to read it because we try to read all the super chats, man. Brad Latkin says, and I can't believe I'm going to have to quote this, but Brad Latkin, and I quote, says, I have her say your name during coitus, end quote. Once again, Brad Latkin in a super chat said, I have her say your name during coitus, end quote. You know, I would say I'm kind of creeped out, but I'm kind of flattered. That's very flattering. Thank you, Brad. You know what? I think I was wrong about Brad. I think I was wrong about Brad. Dude, AI live moderator, I don't know what just happened. What the hell? What the fuck did I just miss? Is what AI live moderator said. No, please don't know. This is crazy, man. And once again, in a super chat, Brad wants his wife to say my name during coitus. Brad, I'm stunned, slightly disgusted. I'm not too sure what to think about it. I'm kind of, I don't know whether to be grossed out or just like, you go, dude, you go. Oh man, but I feel a little, it feels a little weird and a little bit different. I just didn't expect to hear that. My question is, how often does this happen, by the way? AI Live Moderator says, make your screenshot that and make a short about it. Absolutely, dude. Absolutely. In fact, I think I should do that right now. No. I still don't know what to say. I'm pretty sure Brad is joking. I'd hope Brad is joking. But Brad, I think Brad is in love with me. And most likely wants to wear my skin. Brad, I'm a little disgusted, for sure. This is what Brad's all about, dude. And Brad, we're not going to shame you for it, man. With all the name calling you call me in the chat, dude, I know you're in love with me. I get it. You think I'm an Adonis or whatever? Okay, just kidding on that front. But we know you're into me, dude. I get it. It's cool. You're a brony. We're all brony brothers here. It's okay. Brad Latkin, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to think. I am confused. And I will say I am very confused. I feel confused sexually, mentally, sexually again. And just hearing that made my butthole loose. I mean, it was already loose, but like we're talking about it's looser now. Way loose. It's pretty gross. One moment, though. One moment.
Laugh out loud.
All right, we're going to get back to the Chili Mac. What? Oh, Brad. Brad says, and I quote again, Brad Latkin says, usually when he, they, she is pegging me. I quote again, Brad Latkin says, and I quote, usually when he, they, she is pegging me. I don't know how I feel about this. I feel very confused, possibly sexually. Cheers. Cheers to that, man. Cheers again. You guys are keeping the stream alive, keeping it going, and I appreciate it more than you guys realize. This is crazy. Oh. Tosca says, no duh, homie. Thank you again, Tosca, for the $20 donation earlier. Really appreciate it big time.
Laugh out loud.
I do think it's pretty funny, Brad. Oh, shit. Thank you, AI Live Moderator. AI Live Moderator saying no judgment, Brad. This is a safe space. Absolutely, man. Yeah, we really don't. By the way, Brad, we don't judge you negatively, Brony. We are glad you're here. Sometimes you piss me off. But I want to thank you for being a very fun viewer. You've been incredible. But yeah, AI Live Moderator said it best, man. We do try to keep this a safe environment for people to feel like they can really say what's on their mind. Not have to feel like they have to be like, you know, closed in or anything. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Miso Turtle Soup says, Ayo, Garza, I saw you the other day in a red Toyota. Where was I at, man? Like, where in town did you see me, brother? Like, was I by, like, a certain location? Well, here's the thing, man. Prove to me that you live down the street. So, what's the, what is the supermarket? Okay, I was picking up food, but where was I picking up food from? Miso Turtle Soup, so I'm trying to figure this out. Where did you see me? Like, where was I picking up food from? I want to know if you're the real deal, Miso Turtle Soup. Well, let me know. If you really know, where was I getting food from? Okay, Miso, what is your first name? Maybe I know you. AI, I don't know if I want anybody sending me any physical mail. I don't think that would be a good idea. I'll just accept super chats. Pizza place. What pizza place? Like, what's the name of the pizza place? Miso Turtle Soup, man. Just let me know what pizza place. Do you, like, work at one of the pizza places? And if so, like, I'm so confused by this, man. Okay, how about this? What town because I want to make sure that you actually live in this place. So what is the supermarket that is closest to us? What's the name of the supermarket that is closest to us? Miso Turtle Soup. Let me know, man. Just let me know. I want to make sure that you're legit. So what is the supermarket closest to our location? Or, alternatively, what is the name of the little convenience store? Let me know. I want to know. Yeah, so you're lying, miso soup. You don't even live across the street. Miso is lying. Miso, if you were telling the truth, you would not mind revealing the name of the convenience store that is closest to us. And you would not mind letting me know the nearest supermarket to us. Thanks again to Tosca for the $20 super chat. You've been not only just one, you've given like four $20 super chats tonight, so I really appreciate it big time. You're keeping the channel going more than anything. But to anybody out there, we're answering super chats only or members. So if you're a member of the show, or if you're not a member and you want to give a super chat and you want to get heard, we are answering super chats and members only for the rest of the live stream. Now, the question I pose to you guys is this: is Trump overstepping his bounds by sending the troops to Portland? Kimoy, dude. Kimoy Chapman says members of Congress. LOL. Maybe. Kimoy Chapman says yes, he is. I do think that it is an overreach to send the military to Portland. I think that is a very big government overreach for sure. Look, Oregon does need to take care. Look, they need to find a way to stop these people from doing plotting, terrible plotting. I don't know. Crazy. I'm eating a pear right now, you guys. Pears. Give me a second. Kimoy says, if Portland has an issue, then it should be the governor of Oregon taking care of that. Absolutely, yeah. And by the way, Antifa is a real problem. Oh my God, I love pears. Pears, baby. Oh my goodness. That was real freaking good. Oh, that's juicy there. Dingus, I need to see the honestly, I need to see that super chat. If you want me to eat some mustard, if you want me to have a little bit of that mustard, better pony up. So delicious. Oh man. Sorry you guys, I'm just eating another pear. I got a bunch of free pears today. Got them from my girlfriend's mother gave me these awesome pears. These are so good, by the way. So good. Freaking delicious, man. Freaking delicious. I go ham on this shit. Kimoy says mustard. Sorry, you guys. Give me a second. I need to I need to eat the rest of this pear. So good. So good. Okay, so let's take a look here. Kemoy Chapman says mustard. Heck yeah, dude. Heck yeah. AI Live Moderator says shit. Seraph, why doesn't the textbooks of history talk about one of the biggest slave owners and how they were... Oh, I mean, that's true. That's true. I mean, AI Live Moderator says all that served in World War II would mean both sides, so either side anyone would pick support would mean they weren't traitors. Huh. So just to let everybody know, for the most part, we are answering Super Chats and members only for the rest of the live stream. Is Trump over... The question that we've been asking, is Trump overstepping his bounds by sending the troops to Portland? Like, is that... Do you guys feel like that is an overstepping of the bounds? Also, make sure you guys, if you can, like the stream and also subscribe to the channel. So the more likes we have on the stream, the better it pushes it out through the algorithm a little bit more. If you guys can, subscribe as well. So more subscribers, more likes, just really gets the show way more popular than it maybe needs to be. But we're really trying to expand the brand, and the brand is diarrhea. We're kind of a diarrhea show. We like to talk about things. Typically, I talk about investing on this show. I ain't gonna lie. I usually try to stick to investing, but anytime there's a juicy story like this, I can't keep away from it, man. I want to know what the public is thinking. I want to put out what I'm thinking, too. You gotta debate me, bro. Do you guys think we're in for a crazy situation? Do you guys think it's really gonna happen? Is Donald Trump gonna send the troops to Portland? Is this a thing? Now, here's the deal. So the Portland mayor, Keith Wilson, responds to Trump's deployment of troops. I'm going to react to this. I'm going to see if it's a reactable video. Hold on. Let's see. Dude, Caitlin Clark is actually a very... By the way, this is an ad right here, but Caitlin Clark is actually a good role model for anybody.
Left-wing groups could begin right here in Portland, Oregon, the birthplace of Antifa. The president calling Antifa professional agitators, and Antifa and...
That's true. That's very true. I mean, president's not wrong on that. He is the president of the United States. I'm not going to agree with him on everything, but Antifa, like, look at the videos. Look at all the raw videos out there on Twitter where Antifa is basically calling people fascists for no reason, agitating people, basically just being douchebags. I will say that Antifa is basically a bunch of college douchebags, college kids who are just totally douchebags. I think it's a bunch of rich kids, to be honest. I think that Antifa, at the end of the day, is a bunch of annoying, liberal, rich kids. That's my opinion. Let's keep going.
And other left-wing activists have rallied outside of this ICE facility here every night and clash with federal agents. Some of those protests even turning violent. You can see here at the ICE facility, many of these windows now have been completely boarded up, and we see also lots of graffiti around. Now, these protests here are happening on a nightly basis and have turned violent at times, with crowds throwing rocks and launching fireworks at agents and towards the windows of the facility. Some groups have even attempted to set a fire while agents were inside.
That is crazy. That is insane. I mean, this is Portland, for God's sakes. We're talking about Portland. So, does it ever surprise anybody when people in Portland do anything crazy? No. We all know that the crazies live in Portland. It's just a fact almost at this point. It's crazy.
The building, and just recently, take a look at this. Protesters rolled out a replica guillotine in front of this ICE facility in Portland.
Jeez, dude. Like, here's the thing. I know there are people who are not fans of ICE. I get it. But at the same time, if it wasn't for the loose border policies that were implemented, we wouldn't need to rely on ICE to begin with, is what we're all trying to say. So the fact, seeing something like that, seeing something like this outside of the facility, it's like, dude, come on. Stop this. You guys, these protesters are making this sort of stuff, dude. It's like, quit threatening their lives. The ICE agents got enough to deal with as it is. So it's like they have to deal with... Anyway, I'm not going to go into it, but... All right, so I'm going to reply to this super chat real quick. And then we'll get back to it here in a moment. So AI Live moderator saying you all talk too much, but don't have the guts to make your own channel and talk about this stuff because you know you would get slaughtered in a debate. Absolutely. I am brave enough. Well, I'm not that brave. I live by the rule of do everything you can to be truthful. granted, we sometimes fall short on this. I'll admit that. I've fallen short every now and then on that. Big time. But I appreciate the super chat, man. Thank you, AI Live moderator, keeping this channel afloat. Big time. Appreciate it. It's huge. Now, back to your regularly scheduled programming. Let's also highlight the super chat. Dude, I really appreciate the $5 super chat, though, Mr. AI Live moderator. Big time. We'll keep it up on the board while we're watching this here. Let's see. Where were we?
Response, DHS went on to say, quote, the American people gave us a clear mandate to secure the homeland in Portland and across America. Threats, lies, and vile attacks will not alter our course. The designation of Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization declares Antifa as a militarist, anarchist enterprise that explicitly calls for the overthrow of the United States government.
I mean, they are anarchists, like I was saying, and they are trying to overthrow the government, so they're trying to with threats. I mean, they're threatening conservatives left and right. I mean, that's a big deal to me, man. I don't know, like, if it's Antifa specifically, but I have a feeling it wouldn't shock me at all in any way.
Portland, and you see what's happening in Portland. This is like nobody's ever seen anything like it. Every night, and this has gone on for years. They just burned the place down. These are professional agitators. Right. These are bad people.
Agreed. Agitators, bad people. Yeah, keep going, Mr. President. I dig it.
And they're paid a lot of money by rich people, some of whom we know.
On Tuesday,
Trump is on the right track with that. It makes you wonder who's funding Antifa. Like, I'm legitimately asking the question. Because here's the thing. Antifa is a decentralized, in my opinion, a decentralized terror organization. I just don't see any way around it. You know? I think we all need to come to grips that this is... I just don't think Antifa is a net positive in any way. I don't know how anybody could see Antifa as a good thing. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just not... I don't believe it for the life of me.
Antifa put out this flyer obtained by News Nation calling for activists to gather at the Eugene Federal Building, where authorities made 3 arrests Tuesday night during the civil unrest. That flyer did read, quote, Portland solidarity with Eugene. We are everywhere. Squad up, make travel plans, bring PPE, and your unhinged Portland energy. And
so, hold on. Let's look at this real quick. Let's look at this. So it's saying Portland in solidarity with Eugene. I hope my brother's doing okay. That's always scary. My brother lives doesn't live in Portland anymore, but definitely, you know, that's scary. Saying we are everywhere. No, you're not. You know what's funny? I don't think there's a lot of Antifa. There shouldn't be, at least. Saying we are everywhere, squad up, make travel plans, bring PPE, and your unhinged Portland energy. Yeah. When you say unhinged Portland energy, do you mean shit on the streets and do fentanyl? Because that's the Portland energy that I see. The only energy that the majority of you people in Portland, you Antifa people or whatever you guys are about doing hard drugs and complaining. That's what I think about you guys. That's my personal opinion. I just want to say that right now. I have the right to an opinion. It's not an unpopular one either, but even if it was unpopular, I should still be able to say it. So here's the thing. Antifa, we don't care. We think you're annoying. Trump is right. You're a bunch of professional agitators, without a doubt. We don't like you. Again, thank you, AI moderator, for that kind super chat, by the way. I just want to make sure it's actually showing up on there right. By the way, if you guys want to make your voices heard, just like my boy AI moderator, you know, feel free to drop a super chat or highlighting all the supers and everything like that. And But again, thank you, AI Live moderator, man. I appreciate it big time. My brony brother.
Unhinged Portland energy. Antifa targeting federal and ICE buildings comes as DHS is announcing that the agency will immediately increase security at ICE facilities across the country in light of the recent shooting at the Dallas ICE facility, adding that ICE officers are facing more than a 1,000% increase in assaults. Here in Portland, Antifa only target federal agents, but also journalists who attempt.
That's crazy, dude. I mean, these are just punks, dude. Like, the more I see of Antifa, the irony is the more mega I become. Seriously. Like, the more I see of Antifa, the more I just want to bet against everything that they touch, everything they believe. I just can't do it, man. Benzo, because you could make money like all the other creators talking about their opinions. Yeah, it's true. I mean, yeah, I think I am just not a huge fan of Antifa. The more I see of Antifa, like I always say, it's just the more grossed out I am. Tosca, again, thank you for the $20 donation earlier. You and everybody else are keeping this channel alive, and for that, I honestly can't thank you enough there. Everybody's been kind. That's the thing. I just appreciate the kindness and the generosity of everybody. Taking the time to be part of this show. Miso Turtle Soup says, it really isn't the same anymore. Like the war on terror and drugs. Let's see. Miso Turtle Soup says, I like the Garza who did karaoke and made us laugh. Hey, look, not every episode is going to be a joy fest. This is a variety show. Look, Miso, we're always spicing it up a little bit with something different. Sometimes we talk about politics. We talk about investing primarily, of course. But we talk about other things. We're a variety show deep down.
To cover the group's violence and tactics during protests, Antifa and left-wing activists use violence to deter journalists from covering the anti-fascist movement in the city. I spoke with Andy No, senior editor at the Pulse Millennial and author of Unmasked Inside Antifa's Radical Plan to Destroy Democracy. The video you're looking at.
It's funny, yeah, he just mentioned Andy No, and Andy No infiltrated Antifa. And what did he find out? Well, a lot of weird shit. They're not a good group. Andy No is the man, by the way. If you guys haven't, definitely check out some of his clips. Andy No got a real inside look and got some secret video footage of just how corrupt and terrible this decentralized organization is. Let's keep watching, though. But yeah, Antifa's terrible. I can't stand Antifa. It's just a terrible group. Not a fan. Not a fan at all, man. Let's keep going.
Here, No was actually brutally assaulted by Antifa activists while reporting in the city of Portland. No says he was nearly choked out.
Chased me down, tackled me to the concrete. That caused my ligament in one of my legs to tear. I was drenched in blood. They tried to choke me out. These are anarchist communists. Their ultimate goal is revolution, to overthrow the U.S. government.
And Antifa later tonight...
Yeah. It's anarchists trying to take control of the U.S. government. When they do, it's not going to be good. You guys think the Trump administration is so bad? If you guys really think that Antifa can run the government better than Trump's administration, you guys are wrong. I'm sorry. Democrats don't know how to run anything. They're good at complaining. They're good at running their mouths and complaining about how terrible the world is. I'm sorry. I can't get behind the Democrat ethos anymore. I used to be Democrat when I was younger. And the older I got, I realized, damn, I'm not conservative. I'm pretty center. I guess you could say I really am a centrist. But I'm on the side of just not common sense because it's not common. I'm on the side of I'm going to analyze each and every thing. You know, if there's a concept that I'm for, I'm going to say I'm for it. If there's a concept I'm against, I'm going to say I'm against it. It's not about my party affiliation at the end of the day. What it really matters is this right or is this wrong? Should this be done? Should this not be? Now, look, granted, I have a little bit of bias. I do like Donald Trump. I really do. I think he's the man. I don't care who knows it. But at the same time, this is a government overreach for sure. I'll agree with that. Without a doubt, brothers.
It is expected to demonstrate once again outside the Portland ICE facility. Now, it'll be interesting to see if the recent designation of Antifa as a terrorist organization group will deter some of those demonstrations. We'll have to wait and see, but we'll be reporting here from the Portland ICE facility.
Well, what do you guys think? Do you guys think everybody's out of their mind? Yeah, we're talking about our boy. Yeah, we're talking about our boy Trump. Hell yeah. Ford Femboy says, I agree with that statement. I miss the old Garza for real. Dude, can I just say something, you guys? There are times I do these types of shows where we check out video clips, we react to them, we talk about current events. So the question is Trump overstepping his bounds by sending troops to Portland? He is. Absolutely. I think he's overstepping his bounds. Not a fan of what he's doing. But I'm not a fan of Antifa either, so I am very, very concerned, I guess. I don't know. So AI Live Moderator says, Garza, where can I send that clip for you to view? So is the clip on YouTube? So AI Live Moderator, is that clip on YouTube? And if it is, what do I need to type into the search bar to find it? Once again, AI Live Moderator, what's the name of the clip? And is it on, if it's on YouTube, I get to search for it manually. But if it's not, well, we'll figure out something. Okay, so tell me what the title of the video itself is. You don't have to link it to me, but if you can let me know what the title of the video says, that works. We're almost going for 5 hours, man. Make sure you guys like the video. Make sure you guys like the stream. And subscribe to the channel. The more likes and more subscribes we get, the better. But yeah, please like the video. And please like this stream. And make sure you subscribe if possible. More likes we get, the better. It really pushes this show out on the algorithm. And we greatly appreciate it. More than you could ever imagine. Big time. Just look up General's Meeting. Okay, that works. General's Meeting. All right. Let me look it up. General's Meeting.
Pentagon.
All right, let's watch it.
On is buzzing after Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth called hundreds of top generals and admirals to Quantico next Tuesday, September 30th. The sudden meeting comes amid recent firings and Hegseth's push to reorganize the Defense Department, including cutting generals and renaming it the Department of War. The meeting comes as the U.S. is reportedly shifting focus to homeland defense and away from China as America's top security risk. New at 10, the U.S. and Turkey are
Interesting. Okay. So is this the video that you're talking about? Kagan Dunlap. Okay. Channel is Kagan Dunlap. Hold on. So Kagan Dunlap. Let's take a look. Was this a live stream? Okay. I'm not seeing it. I'm just going to watch this clip real quick.
Ties with new agreements. Today, they signed a deal on civil nuclear energy and helped reopen the Iraq-Turkey pipeline, resuming Kurdish oil exports. President Trump praised Turkish President Erdogan as a valued friend, and the leaders discussed U.S. fighter jet sales, despite ongoing tensions over Turkey's past purchase of Russian defense systems.
I don't know much about that news, but it doesn't sound good. Okay, it's a short video. All right, let me see here.
I think we could probably all agree that Portland, Oregon has a long history of activism, including major unrest in 2020 during the police brutality and immigration policy demonstrations that they had there.
So if this is what democracy looks like, by the way, because I hear them saying, this is what democracy looks like. Yeah, first off, our founding fathers realized how crazy democracy is, because when enough people get together and think that they're right, they all start sniffing each other's asses, and then they start killing people. There is a danger to massive group thinking that people need to consider. If you're in a group, you don't really think for yourselves. People in a group are panicky. People on their own can hold their own. It's huge, though.
And it looks like they're still continuing their immigration activism today, because they've had demonstrations outside of the Portland ICE building for over 100 consecutive days. There's been numerous reports of
100 consecutive days in front of the ICE building? Damn, dude. Damn. That's insane. Crazy.
property damage, clashes with law enforcement, and arrests of Antifa-related or affiliated individuals for rioting and attacking the facility. So on September 26, 2025, the Department of Homeland Security Secretary, Kristi Noem, asked the president if he could direct the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, to send all necessary troops to protect the war-ravaged Portland and any of the ICE facilities that are under siege.
Okay, so if they're just sending troops there to protect the ICE facilities and the federal facilities because there's a bunch of domestic terrorism going on, then that makes sense. If they're just trying to protect federal facilities within the state of Oregon, that's reasonable. But if they send the military to police outside of those things, then I'm not sure how I feel about that. Interesting, though.
From Antifa. In a post from the president, he said, quote, "At the request of Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, I am directing Secretary of War Pete Hegseth to provide all necessary troops to protect war-ravaged Portland and any of our ICE facilities under siege from attack by Antifa and other domestic.
It's interesting to see how Trump is going to use the military. You know? Is he going to stick just to the federal facilities? Is he just going to use them to defend the federal facilities? That'll be interesting. Hold on. I still don't know how to feel about this. What do you guys think, though? Do you guys think this is just insanity? It's just insanity breeding insanity here. It's wild to me, man. Wild.
Terrorists. I am also authorizing full force if necessary. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Looks like Portland is about to get a little crazy. I think we could probably all agree.
Yeah, I think here's the thing. If he does send military, even if it's just to protect the federal agencies there in Oregon, we all know how crazy Antifa is. I think we're all aware of that, right? How do you... I still don't know, man. I still don't know how you figure it all out. Give me a moment, though. I don't know, man. Is the man overstepping his bounds? I'm not too sure. All right, so what do you guys think? Do you guys think that, so we're only answering super chats and members only for the rest of the live stream. Is Trump overstepping his bounds by sending the troops to Portland? Yeah, I mean, clearly Antifa is some kind of, and I personally do think that Antifa is a threat. if anybody's watched Fight Club, you know how any sort of decentralized group turns out. It just gets hectic and weird. So, I don't know. Man, oh man. So so here's the thing. The super chat question of the day, of the rest of the night, is Trump overstepping his bounds? Now, you guys can honestly answer or comment anything you want in a super chat, but we're doing super chats only for the rest of the stream. I am getting a little tired, so kind of like one last call for super chats at this point. And so, yeah, actually, we'll make this the final call for super chats. So final call, one last call for alcohol. So finish your whiskey or beer. Closing time. This room won't be open till your brothers or your sisters come. So gather all your jackets, move it to the exits. I hope you have found a friend. Closing time. So yeah, you guys think it's a good idea to send him in, man? Well, I know who I want to take me home. I know who I want to take me home. I know who I want to take me home. By the way, I want to give a big shout out to Toza earlier. I appreciate the super chats big time. You guys are keeping this show alive more than you know. So thank you, Toza. Big shout out again.
Laugh out loud.
But big time, thank you. Let's see. AI Live moderator says, what color hair and pronouns do you think Zomba has? Well, let's take a look. Tonza is what I'm talking about. But Zomba has. Let's take a look. We're gonna do a woke analysis, where it's like it's an analysis combined with a woke. It's woke analysis, a woke analysis. Okay. So we're doing a wokealysis. All right. And Zoba, I think, would probably be... We're gonna say green. We're gonna say green hair for Zoba, and I would like to say that Zoba probably has up to 12 individual pronouns: they, them, them, zer, brony, butthole. I don't know. Too many pronouns to count, though, would be my guess. So I hope that answers your question, AI Live Monitor. Thank you, by the way, for the super chat, brother. That's very kind. I appreciate it more than you know. But yeah, I think that's what Zoba's hair color ultimately is. The wokest of the woke green hair. That's what I'm thinking. Don't get any woker than that. How woke are you guys, though? How woke is everybody? Final call. Tap the $sign now, and I'll close with your question. Closing time. Every new beginning comes from some other beginning's end. Closing time. This room won't be open. Tell your brothers or your sisters, come. So gather up your jackets, move it to the exits. I hope you have found a friend. Closing time. Every new beginning comes from some other beginning's end. Yeah, I know who I want to take me home. I know who I want to take me home. I know who I want to take me home. Take me home. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. This is the wokest channel of them all. Are we woke? Are we not woke enough? Is the question. Kyle W says, I'm not broke, so I can't be woke. Hell yeah. Kyle W says, based, definitely blue pink in it, yet without a doubt. So do you guys believe in the term go woke, go broke? How true is this term? I want to know. 'Cause I want to know what turns you on. I want to know what makes you cry. The real question is, has this show lost the plot? Has the Michael Garza Show, as George Washington would say, has the Michael Garza Show lost the plot? Have I become too homosexual for super chats? And I say you can never be too homosexual for super chats, but I want to say this. Quick question. Super chats only.
Laugh out loud.
Super chats only. What do you love or hate about Antifa? We'll toggle it. Brad Larkin,
Laugh out
dude.
loud.
Hell yeah. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the Vine, man. So Brad Larkin with a $2 super chat saying, if you only knew what I have been doing and thinking, Brad, I think I already have an idea of the degeneracy that you and your wife are performing. So with you and your wife, are you the bottom or are you the top? And if you're the bottom, are you a power bottom or a submissive? Brad, we all want to know the answer to this question. All right? I don't know why we need to know this, but we need to know. When you are, I don't know, the pervert in me wants to voyeur. I want to understand what's going on here. Kemoy Chapman says, not homosexual enough. Okay. The show gets pretty gay. I'll admit. This show gets very, very gay. We talk about men's bodies a lot. You know, I would talk about my girlfriend's body on here, but she would not approve of that. Well, I don't know. Maybe she would. I don't know. But, like, the only woman's body that I focus on is my girlfriend's. Other than that, it's men's bodies the rest of the way. Now, we do. I will say this: the show itself has a very homoerotic tone to it. We do like to keep the show a little homoerotic. We like to keep it very gay. But I think Kemoy Chapman's right. It's not homosexual enough. We could up the ante of homosexuality on this show. And can we, will we, what can we do? Can we exceed the limit of how gay we get on this show? And I'd like to believe we can get really, really gay on this show. I just want to thank everybody. You guys have been beyond incredible, very sexy, and keeping me on my toes. And to everybody who subscribed, we got a ton of new subscribers. Out of the deal, thank you guys for the subscription. But yeah, to Brad Ladkin, thank you for the Vine. I'm going to shout out Brad Ladkin again. Brad Ladkin says, if you only knew what I've been doing and thinking, I don't want to know. It scares me, Brad. I get it, though. I get it. You think about me while you're performing coitus. Okay, understandable. Kemoy says, not homosexual enough. Just not. I agree. We can up the ante on the gayness. We can get gayer. I think we can. I don't know what we can do to make this show gayer, but we'll find a way. We want to embrace the LGBTQ, whatever other letters are in there, community. We want to be socially accepted by the LGBTQ community. So we want to do a lot of questionable things on this show. AI Live Moderators is asking, does your girlfriend know about Brad? Is she worried? First off, I don't know if she knows about Brad. If she tunes in, she probably sees Brad harassing the crap out of me in chat most of the time. But yeah, I'm maybe. She probably thinks Brad's a doofus for sure. But yeah, I don't know. Oh, man. But yeah, I don't know. Even if she did know about Brad, she'd probably laugh about it. She'd be like, oh, man, some dudes are trying to bang your bussy. She probably would think it's pretty funny, actually. Can't say I blame her. I think it's hilarious. I'm always very honored when a man thinks my butt looks good. It's just, I don't know. It's an honor. That's the way I think about it, you know. But thank you for the Vine, man. AI Live Moderator, you've been a stud too, dude. Thank you guys for the super chats, though. Does she know? Make sure you guys subscribe, by the way, to AI Live Moderator. Total stud, total sexy man. So we got, and also Toza. Toza, I appreciate you big time as well. The super chats you were given earlier were pretty fantastic and pretty sexy too. We just greatly appreciate you no matter what. I know Toza left the chat earlier. Probably got a little bit bored. I don't blame you. It was getting a little boring, I'm sure. But yeah, just a lot of good people coming into the chat, and I just want to say thank you to everybody. Any last takers on the level of super chats? We got 40 likes on this one. Surprisingly, people watch the end of these videos. Thank you, Carl. I appreciate the like. Thank you, Carl. Said hi. I appreciate the Vine, brother. I appreciate the Vine. If you can, though, please subscribe to the channel. It really helps. AI Live Moderator says, I'm going to have to do a highlight reel on Brad finally coming out. Yeah, I think Brad thinks I'm hot, dude. I think Brad wants my bussy. I think he thinks my mussy looks good, too. Look, Brad's into the mussy. Hi, Carl. I see you said hi. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. You're my brony brother. Deep down. But I think, yeah, at the end of the day, dude, I think Brad just thinks I'm very sexy. The Sloth says, "Bussy, dude. Hey, Sloth, give this stream a like. Like this stream. Liking the stream makes me cream. Like the stream, it makes me cream. That is what I say. I'm a rapper. I'm a rap star. I'm a rap star. Sloth is saying that gingers have no souls. How do you know I'm a ginger? By the way. Am I the bussy boy? Am I the bussy boy in this scenario? Hell no. Hell no. Everybody. Dude, I'm just going to keep this going, man. Screw it. To the night. Now we dance on into the night. With the bussy boys, and for one last time I need y'all to roll. So what the hell are you waiting for? After me, there should be no more. So one last time, make some noise. Oh my God. Let's see, I was going to look up the Jay-Z version. Hold on, Jay-Z numb lyrics. Okay, so I love this song, by the way, personally. So because everybody's been so nice and super chatting, and they're wanting the old Michael Garza back, the one who sang songs to the crowd and told them how much he loved them. Michael Garza is making a comeback. Okay, so who here wants the real Michael Garza? Who wants the Garza? Say aye. How much you guys want the Garza back? Do you guys want Michael Garza back? Who's with me? They call me Michael Garza. All right, here we go. Thank you. You're far too kind. Oh, whoa, yeah, ready? Let's go. Can I get an encore? Do you want more? Cooking raw with the Brooklyn boys. So for one last time, I need you all to roll. Now what the hell are you waiting for? After me, there should be no more. So for one last time, make some noise. Get 'em, Jay. Who you know fresher than Hove? Riddle me that. The rest of y'all know where I'll be lyrically at. Can't none of y'all mirror me back. Y'all hearing me rap. It's like hearing G rapping his prime. I'm Young H.O. raps Grateful Dead. About to take over the globe. Now break bread. I'm in Boeing Jets Global Express. Out of the country, but the blueberries still connect. On the low, but the yacht got a triple deck. But when you're young, what you expect? Yeah, you have grand opening, grand closing. God damn you, man. Huff crack to can open again. Who you got find doper than him? We with no pen, just draw off inspiration. Soon you gotta see you can't replace him with cheap imitations for these generations. Encore, do you want more? Can I get an encore? Do you want more? Cooking raw with the Brooklyn boys. So for one last time, I need y'all to roll. Now what the hell are you waiting for? After me, there should be no more. So for one last time, make some noise. Look what you made me do. Look what I made for you. Knew if I paid my dues, how will they pay you? When you're first in the game, they try to play you. Then you drop a couple of hits. Look how they wave to you. Look how they wave to you. From Marcy to Madison Square to the only thing that matters in just a matter of years. As fate would have it, Jay's status appears to be at an all-time high. Perfect time to say goodbye. When I come back like Jordan, wearing the 45, it ain't to play games with you. It's to aim with you, probably main with you. If I owe you, I'm blowing you to smithereens. Cocksucker, take one for the team. And I need you to remember one thing. I came, I saw, I conquered. From record sales to sold out concerts. So motherfucker, if you want this encore, I need you to scream till your lungs get sore. I'm tired of being what you want me to be. Feeling so faithless, lost under the surface. Don't know what you're expecting of me. But under the pressure, walking in your shoes. Such a good one. Caught in the undertow, just caught in the undertow.
Laugh out loud.
Every step that I take is another mistake. To you, caught in the undertow, just caught in the undertow. And every second I waste is more than I can take. I've become so numb, I can feel you there. Become so tired, so much more aware. I'm becoming this, and all I wanted to do is be more like me. And be less like you. Oh, we got another super chat. Yeah. Thank you, AI Live moderator. I appreciate it. G-Dog. Got a lot of G-Dogs in the house tonight. AI Live moderator says, I vote Aiken Yelly for Brad Larkin. Okay. My boy Brad Larkin, dude. He's getting a shout out, dude. Where is Brad Larkin still in the chat, by the way? Kemoy Chapman says, I've been waiting. Thank you, by the way, AI Live moderator. I really appreciate the super chat. I appreciate the Vine, brother. Big time. Aiken Yelly? I don't know that one, brother. Well, hold on, maybe I do. Hold on, what's Aiken Yelly? Hold on. Let's see. Aiken. Oh, dude, I don't even know who Aching Yelly is, man. I never heard of this dude, brother. I can't really sing it, but I'll give a shout out to my boy, dude. Kimoy Chapman says, I've been waiting for the Gaza. The Gaza we're unleashing the Gaza, dude. Thank you, AI Live moderator, for the suggestion, though. Votes Aching Yelly. By the way, make sure you guys subscribe to my boy, AI Live moderator. I can't play it because they're really weird about copyright right now on YouTube, and I just can't risk it, unfortunately. Which sucks. But I can recommend everybody check it out, dude. Sorry about that, brother. Yeah, we can't really do too many requests. I mean, all I could do really is just, I could listen to Aching Yelly, though, later. I could always do that, like, just on a personal level. Like on YouTube and stuff. I could do that. I'm not too sure how to fully mute the sound on this. I will skip it. Well, hold on. I guess I could. Hold on. There is a way to do that. I forgot about that. Hold on. There is a way for me to actually mute this completely. Hold on. Let me see. So Aching Yelly has a song called Put It in My Mouth. What the hell? Some pretty good shit, dude. My man's got the skills. What a beast, dude. What a beast. Holy smokes, man. So the question here, super chats only. What do you love or hate about Antifa? Once again, the question is this. Super chats only. What do you love or hate about Antifa? Do you have any specific things that you love about Antifa, or do you have mixed feelings. How do you guys feel about Antifa? Love them? Hate them? What's your feelings? Explore your feelings. Explore your feelings. Yes. What do you guys think? Super chats only. What do you love or hate about Antifa? I am curious. What are you guys feeling? I know that you want him. I know that you need it. What are you doing to me? What are you doing to me now? Well, I just heard the news today. Seems my life is gonna change. I close my eyes, begin to pray, and tears of joy stream down my face with arms wide open under the sunlight. Welcome to this place, and I'll show you everything with arms wide open. With arms wide open, and I'll show you everything. No, yeah, with arms wide open. Wide open. My biological stepson says, Dad, the booger wall is now the booger floor. Look, can I get a super chat? Can you guys give a super chat to me? Because this is the stuff I got to deal with. My biological stepson steals all my baby oil. He steals all the good stuff. I'm left with the Equate baby oil, all right? So my biological stepson is trying to ruin me, and I have to stick with this bullshit. Why do I got to use the Equate version when he deserves to use the Equate version, all right? I am a name brand baby oil kind of guy, all right? I'm high maintenance, I get it. But at the same time, just baby oil. Look at that. Equate baby oil. Yes, Kyle. I may or may not be having a freak off. I don't know. Freak off time. I think you all know that freak offs are the best. I think we're all, at the end of the day, I think we're all fans of the art of the freak off. So the super chat question of the day is going to be super chats only. You with Antifa or Trump on this one? Philly G, I think I remember you. You do seem familiar. Let's see. But yeah, my biological stepson. I appreciate the Vine. Appreciate the chat, my brony brother. My biological stepson, just like me, is a brony brother. We constantly watch My Little Pony together. But we are brony brothers at the end of the day. So who are you guys with? Super chats only, by the way. Are you with Antifa or are you with Trump on this one? Who are you with? Who are you feeling? Look, I'm feeling myself right now because I'm sprung. Okay. I'll admit it. I'm a little sprung. I'm not a fan of Antifa, though. At all. Not a fan. Not a fan at all, bronies. AI Live Moderator says, Matthew, did you see my suggestion if you aren't a bar? My biological stepson said, I'm feeling you. Oh, God. Ty Lord. My boy, dude. My boy. We all love you, Ty Lord. You're a bit of a degenerate, but we love you. Ty Lord is giving me kissy emoji. See, you guys, this is what I have to deal with on a daily basis. This is why I need super chats. So I can basically have the money to buy a therapist. To be able to talk through my problems. Because of my lack of baby oil. All right? My lack of baby oil is a huge deal to me. Okay? The lack of... Look. I am not an Equate guy. I am not about Equate baby oil. All right? I'm not about that life at all. Okay? I'm a Johnson & Johnson. Johnson & Johnson baby oil kind of guy. If I'm gonna have freak-offs at the house, I need the right material. Hole Hunter on the web has in for glory. Oh, man. So, oh, man. That's funny. AI Live Moderator says, Garza missed my question on how much. Hold on, AI. Okay. AI said, Matthew, did you see my suggestion? If you aren't, let me go up a little higher. Oh, hey. Here we go. AI Live Moderator says, Garza, how much of a super chat for you to lather up in baby oil and lay in the sun for a couple of hours? Oh, boy. A couple of hours? Well, I mean, I would need at least maybe 200. 200's a big stretch, but I would need $200 in super chats to even to want to do that. That's it's quite a bit of money. I don't expect anybody to pony up that kind of money. One of these days, though, I will I think what I'll do is right before I have to go to bed, I'll take a shower or something, but I might just do like, I might lather myself up in baby oil, you know? And, yeah. Just lather myself up in baby oil and just see what happens, man. And just do a really sexy, I don't want anybody to have to pay that amount of money, though. Maybe one of these days for you guys, I'll do a special stream. I'll do a very, very special stream. Maybe. Is it on the horizon? We're not sure. We're never too completely sure on that. But we'll try. We will try. But yeah, so the question is, super chats only. You with Antifa or Trump on this one? So a lot of you newcomers, if you guys drop a super chat, I'll highlight it and read it live on air. Like you basically will be famous. Okay, I can't guarantee that. AI Live Moderator says, you need to do a special like that Clown TV guy. He rakes in some money. Now, what do you... Clown TV? Let me look this dude up. Clown TV. Clown TV. Let me take a look. This guy looks like the man, dude. I think I'm going to subscribe to Clown TV real quick. I just subscribed to him. I'll also check out some of his shit. See, I gain inspiration from a lot of these guys who do the super chats and stuff. And I just decided, I'm going to do a quality or sort of quality talk show on the YouTube and really do my thing, right? All right, so I think we probably should end the show here pretty soon. Final call. I will say a super chat would be incentive to anybody who's coming in now, coming in hot. Final call for super chats. Anybody who wants to. I'll close with some questions. Now, AI Live Moderator, obviously, I will close with your questions, whatever they may be. Anybody who's just super chatted tonight, I will close with any questions. You don't even have to send a super chat if you've already super chatted. But let's see. Dude, no way. AI Live Moderator says, I think he made close to 300 in about 20 minutes earlier. Dude, honestly, sometimes if you just act like a freak in front of cameras, I'm going to have to see what this guy's methodology is and see what he does to get the people going. Because, dude, all you have to do is just there are people out there that are willing to pay that kind of money. And it's cool. I mean, I appreciate it. And I'm trying to create like because I'm trying to bring that AM radio style show to the YouTube verticals, the style of the show, talk show, interact with the audience, kind of be like a shock jock, I guess. I'm trying to bring that shock jockery back where it's just kind of crazy. You trash talk the audience. You love on the audience and then you trash talk them and you go back to loving them. So super chats only. You with Antifa or Trump on this one? I mean, I'm with Trump on this one. Well, I mean, I'm not with Antifa. I don't even know if I could be with Trump. In fact, I feel kind of in a neutral ground right now. Because here's the thing. I love Trump. I can't stand Antifa, but I will admit that sending the military to Portland is an overstretch of, I feel like it might be a stretch. I say let Portland do its thing. Let Antifa burn. I don't want Antifa to burn Portland down, but obviously it's going to happen. It's a dangerous, radical group. And I don't know if there's anything that you could do to stop them, man. I wish they were less crazy, but like I said, any sort of decentralized group, it starts off with well intentions and then it just devolves into pure chaos, which anarchy at this point. So it's basically, I don't know. They want to overthrow the government and paint the world in their oblique, in their disgusting picture. I don't know. Dude. So I'm going to read this. AI Live Moderator says he does that, but people pay him to lather up with condiments. There was like 500 people viewing, and it's as dumb as the guy with the poop toilet seat. Honestly, I'll admit, I'll take showers at night. I don't mind putting condiments on my body. I don't look, I'm not the kind of guy who's above it or below it, you know? That sounds fun to me. That guy's getting paid to do that, though? Damn, dude. Damn. You know what? I think I'm going to take a page out of this dude's book. If that's what he's doing, man, if he's winning the game, F it. Maybe. I mean, one of these times, I might need to do it, dude. Clown TV, though, sounds sick. He's got 11,000 subscribers. Hell yeah. By the way, big shout out to the channel, by the way. Our channel is now at 5,437 subscribers. Thank you to everybody who has contributed to this show. By the way, if you guys can like this stream, please like the stream. Please subscribe to the channel. More subscribers, the better. The more likes we get, the better. And I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, everybody has been incredible. AI Live Moderator says, watch his live from tonight. I think I will. Super chat's only, what do you love or hate about Antifa? Crazy. By the way, thank you to everybody who pitched in on this particular episode, man. The amount of people who liked the stream, the amount of people who subscribed, it's just crazy. Thank you for the subscription. Make sure you guys subscribe when you can. We're really trying to expand the channel as much as possible. Wild. I will probably have, you know what? As much as I love you guys, we've been streaming for a while and I am a little bit tired. Yeah. Well, here's the thing, man. I realized that here's the thing. What I realized that the vertical live space was where it was at, because a lot of people are on the vertical live space. They're on their phones, and they don't have anything better to do sometimes. And that's the crazy part about it. Even the sleep stream, I got like $4, which was hilarious. Shit's funny, man. Yeah, and you know, some people are like I said, some people are just massively degenerate, and they just want to see a person live, and they just want to see them put mustard on themselves. I could do a baby oil stream. I'm not opposed to doing a baby oil stream. In fact, I might even do it in the morning, because I do have to take a shower one way or another in the morning. But I could, before I decide to take a shower, I could do. What do you guys think? Do you guys think that people would give me money if in the morning I decided to do a baby oil stream? I could call it baby oil morning routine. And then I could just I could try to just sound like Patrick Bateman the whole time and be like, and in the morning I like to put on my baby oil on my body. I like to lather it. So this stuff is okay, so I mean, if people are willing to pay a dude $300 total to lather himself up in ketchup and mustard, I mean, who knows what else is possible, by the way. It's kind of freaky. Oh, damn, dude. Kemoy Chapman just said, tried sending a super chat saying oil up, and it got blocked. They know what Kemoy's up to, man. AI Live Moderator says more people watch that stuff at night. That makes sense. Maybe you know what I could do tomorrow night is what I'm thinking. I could probably pull that off tomorrow night. Because if I lather up, I could then, after I'm done with the lathering up, I could just go take a shower afterwards. Because there ain't no way I'm going to bed covered in baby oil. Ain't no way, partner. Ain't no way. But thank you, Kemoy Chapman, for attempting to send a seductive oil it up. Appreciate it, big dog. Kemoy Chapman, dude. Super chats only, though. What do you love or hate about Antifa? Get your voice heard, everybody. Newcomers to the party. Anybody who's new to the show, welcome to the show. $100 for a mustard sleep stream. See, AI Live Moderator says mayo, mustard, beans. He even did icy hot to the balls. Oh, man. I'm going to have to check out this Clown World guy because I think he's got a formula. I think this Clown World guy has a legit formula that I may need to replicate. I even should probably... What do you guys think I should... Do you guys think I should do a shower stream? Now, maybe a bath stream. Maybe I can hang out in the bathtub or something. AI Life Moderator says he does this crap every night, dude. I am so glad I subscribed to this guy. I haven't even watched a single video of his, but I was like, you know what? There's something I could learn. Here's the thing, man. People love absurd shit. People will pay to feel like they have control over somebody. Think about it. It's a psychological thing. So this Clown World guy knows that people will pay money to make somebody do something. It's a thing. That's a real thing, man. So I relish in the idea of doing that kind of stream. It actually sounds kind of fun, if you ask me. But I'll catch you guys later. I do got a jet. I am a little bit tired. I want to thank everybody who sent a super chat today. I greatly appreciate it. If you're new to the channel, if you want to do a last second super chat, I always welcome it. Obviously, I never turn away a super chat. Obviously, but I want to thank everybody who peeked in, popped in. Love the amount of likes. I love the amount of support. Thank you for liking the stream. Thank you for subscribing. But okay, so AI Live Moderator says not sure how he does it, but the super chat gets read out aloud by a bot. Interesting. You know what? I think I need to... well, he's using Streamlabs probably. I'll have to check out how he's doing it. But if I remember correctly, I saw my boy Coppercab whenever he does a stream. I think there's a bot that reads his super chats as well, so I can't remember. I could have swore I said something like that. But yeah, I'll have to double check. That's crazy. Damn, dude. But anyway, though, I will catch you all later. I'm a little bit tired, quite a bit tired. Make sure you guys like the stream. Make sure if you're not subscribed already to the channel, please subscribe. We greatly appreciate it. Keeps us fresh. It keeps our mussies fresh. Keeps our bussies fresh. Keeps us rolling, dude. Keeps us rolling. Keeps the lights on for this show. And we appreciate it more than you know. All right, you guys, I will catch you all in the next episode. Like I said, still shock and awe right now. So AI moderator says, seriously research his one from tonight, and it was crazy, and I wasn't there that long. Oh, damn, I'll have to check it out. Tim Smith said, this is the second best video of the night behind when wrestlers intentionally hit fans. Absolutely, dude. Absolutely. Tim Smith, my boy. Thank you, by the way. Everybody just thank you. The level of support that I've been getting doing this show has been astounding. I just can't thank you guys enough. Literally, this show would not continue without you. This show went for 5 hours and 39 minutes. And it was well worth it because you guys kept supplying the super chats, which means I could basically keep doing the show for as long as I want. And the more the better. And and when it comes to this show, I love putting in the work. I love putting in the OT. I could talk for hours, man. Got no clue. No clue. All right. We made a lot of money tonight. I made a lot of money tonight. Damn. You guys are keeping the show alive. I just want to say that again. Okay. I'll catch y'all later. I'm going to be watching probably some football in the morning, so probably do a little bit of reactions and stuff like that. Might get up pretty early to watch some football, and what I'm thinking about doing is I'm thinking about watching the football game, probably from my laptop and then just kind of recording myself reacting to the game. We'll see. I might even just watch it from my phone and then just, sit on my desktop computer and you guys just react and stuff. Yeah. Thank you guys again. You guys, like I said, keep the show going. Smell you later, Kemoy, my boy, dude. Kemoy Chapman. Thank you, Tim Smith. Thank you, AI Live Moderator. Thank you, Tonza, by the way. Tonza is, by the way, Fan of the night goes to, let me make sure I got the name right again, because I kind of fuck up names a little bit. Let's make sure. I want to make sure that we got the full name. You did. So Toza was just incredible tonight. Number one fan by a long shot of the night. AI Live moderator was number 2. Third was like Misael. Kimoy, thank you, big time brother. Thank you, Tim Smith. There was regular Tim Smith. There was evil Tim Smith. There was just all sorts of people, man. You name it. Thank you again, Kimoy Chapman, man. You've been incredible too, brother. Just thanks to everybody, man. Like, it is wild to me. And the love and support that I've been getting from everybody, just... It's overwhelming, but in the best way possible. And I could thank you guys on and on for the rest of the night, but I got to get some sleep. Love you guys. Catch y'all tomorrow.